Hi, it's Twi. What's up, y'all? Hello, Ender. I just realized I'm really small over here. Let me... It looks kind of like badly scaled. I didn't do that with the VTube Studio itself. That's fine. Hope you guys are doing good. Happy Wednesday. Good afternoon on account of my sleep schedule is boomed. I woke up at 1 p.m. today. I like slept for a really long time though. I'm pretty sure I went to bed before 4, which means that if I slept until 1, I slept like almost 10 hours last night. I guess that's not that crazy actually. That's not that wild. I've definitely slept longer than 10 hours before. But okay. You know what I haven't done in a while is play some Honkai Star Rail. I think I logged in like 1 day off stream, maybe 2. But I certainly haven't been as like on it as I could have been. What is this? New. Apocalyptic Shadow. Complete the mission Grim Film of Finality. Where is that? Oh. It's the Penacony story. I haven't done that yet. Okay, no spoilies. I don't want to do that then. But I hope that you guys have been doing well. I've been keeping a little busy myself in some ways. In other ways, I really haven't been. In some ways, I've honestly just kind of been chilling. I've been spending some time with my friends. I've been getting into music production a little bit, trying my best to put some reps in. Some of you guys in the Discord may have even seen that, or at least seen me like talking about a little like challenge that I've been doing for myself, where I'm just trying to make like a beat of some sort every day for a week and then see how that does. Because I'd never, I mean, I'd only been tinkering around for a few days, but I would always like lay down like something and then not actually finish it. And I was like, I'm not making progress this way. I need to actually finish stuff. And so I decided, I was like, all right, I'm gonna commit myself to finishing some stuff and see how it goes. Also, I need to farm light cone boosting stuff. So we're gonna do this. And what were these guys weak to? I wasn't looking. Recommended type. Electric or wind. Guess we'll just use Acheron.
You can't escape the path.
Boom. Okay. And while this is going, I can check the audio. Looks like it's probably pretty okay. Thank you. I'm glad you thought so. I'm still trying to figure things out, but I think it's interesting. I feel like whenever I kind of hit a like downswing in my creative motivation, I feel like a lot of the time the way I come back is I try to like pick up a new skill in some way. Like I know there was a point where I tried to start drawing a little bit, even though that was less so than the music stuff. I mean, truthfully, I've wanted to get into producing music for a really long time, but I just kind of like wrote it off as like this thing that's too complicated, that requires too much equipment, like I can't do it myself. And then I ended up like sitting with it a little more, and you know, it stopped feeling as impossible to me. Also, I'm gonna actually, that's like pretty quiet anyway. I probably need to turn the volume up when we're actually playing the game, but for this, it's good that it's quiet. But yeah, I have a lot of goals musically this year, and I think that it would be really cool if I can produce some of it myself. Is part of like a conclusion that I came to. Not only because of like financial aspects, but also like I think one of the coolest parts about being able to produce music yourself is you get like full creative freedom, right? Like if I have an idea for a song melody, for example, right? And I can't produce music, I can like give somebody song references and ideas and, you know, record the voice line or something and ask them to like build around it. But they might not necessarily be able to make it the way I envisioned it, right? But even if I don't end up like good enough to fully produce things myself at like a high level, which I think I probably could get there, but even if I can't, right? If I was good enough to make a demo, I could like make that and then pass it down to somebody who's talented and be like, hey, can you like make this but good? You know what I mean? Like, it's the same idea as how when I did the like Hukashigi cover, where it was like, I might have just been doing like some cruddy little sketches on paper, but it's like, well, I mean, this shows you exactly how you could like take it and translate it into like an outfit for like a good artist to go in. Like I can tailor my references, I guess. Yeah, exactly. You get better references on stuff. And it's just fun too. Like it's actually really fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it despite the fact that I don't have any like paid plugins really right now. But I also think that it's a good thing that I'm sort of having like a trial run with music production right now, because if I'm invested in stuff, I don't know, if I was gonna spend like $500 paying somebody to compose a song for me at some point this year, which I can't say for sure if I would or wouldn't do that, but I mean, say I would, right? And 500 would be like fairly reasonable. I'm talking in Canadian as well, okay? 500 Monopoly dollars. 500 cent dollars. But anyway, you know, if I was gonna do that, I could spend not even 500, like maybe 200 or 300 on instrument plugins. And if I can make something, or like not even just instrument plugins, but like plugins to make my production higher quality. And if I was able to make something good enough quality that I'd be willing to put it out that way, the 200 or 300 on plugins is a permanent investment, whereas the 500 on a composer might be, you know, if they make a banger song, it's a banger song, but it's also a one-time expense, right? So the dynamics of everything is always interesting, and it's the same kind of like, it's the exact same like process that I'm following right now is exactly what I did a year ago, roughly, or like actually pretty much exactly, with just vocal mixing. Before I, you know, when I had no idea what I was doing, but instead of like just outsourcing it immediately, I bought Melodyne and I was like, I'm gonna figure this out. And I had like mostly stock plugins and like a couple free plugins. And then, you know, gradually I started getting nicer vocal mixing plugins and so on and so forth. But it's just interesting, like, starting to work with everything. in the same kind of fashion again in like a different facet. It's cool. It's fun. I'm having a good time with it. Right now, I'm also planning that like after I finish my week of like just making beats or whatever, I might do like the same thing again for another week, but with like pop more so. Because I do feel like, if anything, I actually might be more likely to want to make pop than like beats. But I like rapping too, and I think that beats are really easy. Might get into music composition? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've always liked like the idea of making music myself, and I could totally see myself becoming like a producer or something, even if I wasn't like a successful musician on my own. That being said, I don't know like any music theory. If I can be so for real, I know like zero music theory pretty much. I would have to, well, I wouldn't have to learn music theory technically. I guess it depends what kind of composition you want to do. Like, I have a hard time imagining myself... Actually, that's kind of not true. I feel like arranging for, like, big band type stuff could also be really sick. Probably not in a conventional sense. Like, I would probably be doing it and then producing that instead of, like... But, I mean, I guess my budget was big enough. Maybe I would do a real band. Okay, I lied. So I could see myself doing that. Probably less likely than just producing stuff normally, but also I feel like once you're like in it deep enough, something like that would be really fun anyway. I would like to pick up some music theory, but I also think the cool thing is with like music production software, and I mean I guess it's not just music production software, but it's easier this way, is like you don't technically need it as long as you've like consumed enough music that your ear is good. You can kind of just, like, move stuff around until it sounds right, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fully understand the mechanics and, like, the hypotheses of why a certain thing is, like, gonna evoke whatever emotion or sound good according to, like, regular standards or whatever. You could just put the things in, and they sound good or they don't, you know what I mean? You know, it's not the most nuanced way to look at it, but it works. Okay, so that should be my dailies, and I should be able to turn my system volume up now without blowing everybody's ears out. We can claim our free stuff. Yes, I love my free stuff. Very cool. Ooh, Star Rail Pass. I saw as well, by the way, that on the topic of the Honkai stuff, I saw the new design or like the new character for the Herta, and I'm not gonna lie, her design is so bomb. It looks so sick. Like, not only does she look awesome, but one of my friends said that apparently she's like really good, like very high tier, and I was like, ooh, high tier as well. Okay, I've been avoiding my spoilers because I'm nowhere near the 3.0, but also I would absolutely love to pull Herta. That would be pretty sweet. Okay, I also need to level up me light cones, because my light cones, they kind of stink. I was trying to get my traces up. Like I got Firefly's traces up to 7s, which is still not as high as they're recommending me to put them. But I got them up far. Oh, I got Gallagher pretty high up too. I got his special to oh wait, why is it +2? Oh, because the Eidolon. Yeah, I got it to 7, and then it gets pushed to 9, and I got his ult to 7 as well. So we got Gallagher and Firefly up a decent amount. Japard, I got his ult to 8, apparently. I don't even remember doing that. But, I mean, that's pretty good, though. That's pretty sweet. And in a weird turn of events, the Trailblazer is the least boosted of all of them. Anyways, my light cones. Let me see. So I know that my light cones are really underleveled. I actually really appreciate that they added this feature now where you can click like build guide and see like recommendations on everything. Okay, so I have the best light cone I can reasonably get on the Trailblazer right now. That's great. For Gallagher, I could use What is Real or Quid Pro Quo. These are both high use rate, and I already have this one up pretty high. On Japard, they recommend Trend of the Universal Market or Moment of Victory. What is Moment of Victory? 600 embers! Or whatever this is. That's so many! Oh, it like draws attacks in. See, that's smart. But I could claim March or Tingyun. Why would I ever spend this on a light cone? That's crazy. Or on poles. There's like a billion things that I would rather spend this on. Okay, so Trend of the Universal Market. That'll be fine. And then on Firefly, I have... Oh gosh, this card is not even on the like list of stuff here. On the Fall of an Aeon. Oh, I heard this card is... I remember looking into this card. I need 8 of these. Ah, yeah. This card makes a lot of sense. And I think if I do a single simulated universe, I could get it. Let's do a simulated universe then. I haven't done any for the week. I don't think I've ever even played simulated universe on stream before. Let's go. Point rewards have been refreshed. Cool. Thank you. What was the highest one that I beat? On level 2, I think it was still... I think even on Equilibrium 2, the highest I actually won. Oh, our first time clearances reset after like every week? No. So I haven't even beaten World 3 on Equilibrium 2. I beat it on Equilibrium 1. Yes. Equilibrium 1, I think I beat World 4 as well. Yeah. And then, did I beat World 5 on Equilibrium 1? No, I lost this one. I remember. I couldn't win it. I mean, the rewards for this... Oh, it has the thing that I want in here, and it's recommended team level 45? Surely I could win this. Okay. Kafka's the boss. Ah, I remember this. Yeah, it was Kafka's the boss enemy. They have weakness to harmony, physical. But I just don't even care about that part. Do I? Because, I mean, Firefly go burr. And then Gallagher go burr after Firefly goes burr. Like, they combo. Like, I feel like I could do this. It's kind of like ignoring... Well, I mean, one of the enemies is weak to, like, ice and harmony. I mean, there are some that I have no type advantage into, and that's kind of scary. But they titled her move. I think her technique is Vibe Check? Wait, who? Herta? Or Kafka? Yeah, these aren't. Alright. I'm gonna just run it. Boop. If Herta's technique is actually called Vibe Check, that's hilarious. Okay. We could easily go Abundance or Destruction or Preservation. I'm gonna say... Let's do Destruction. maybe? Or wait. Maybe the hunt is actually better here. I think the hunt would be pretty good. Let's do that. Big herder. The others are just... Okay, cool. Vibe check is really funny. I want to vibe check my opponent. Okay, I almost always do the curio start. No new ones here. Oh, the cheese is good. I do like cheese. I remember I did Cosmic Big Lotto one time and I just immediately lost because I got the thing where everybody just goes to 1% HP immediately. And I was in a combat zone and it was just over. Yeah, I definitely like the ambergris cheese. That is quite strong if you ask me. Okay. Get him, Japar. Bonk. Okay, let's see how loud this is. That looks a little loud, maybe. Turn it down like 3 decibels? Something like that. Target defeats enemy. Regenerate energy when they apply freeze. Can it resist? Ooh, characters can resist fatal attacks and restore their own HP. This can take effect a limited number of times among all allies. I mean, that just seems really good. That seems broken. For a 1-star. I'm gonna choose that. Bonk. Well, that was fast. I wasn't even paying attention. It just ended like instantly. Shielded characters receive reduced damage. That makes sense to me. It's gonna be kind of fun. Oh wait, I picked the wrong character. No weakness. Oh well. I haven't done Simulated Universe in a while, but it is... I like Simulated Universe on the whole. I think it's a pretty fun game mode. I wonder if there's any new Simulated Universe stuff pertaining to, like, Herta being, like, the new form of Herta. Since it's kind of like her whole thing. Ooh. Regenerate free energy. Yup. Take an occurrence. That has a chance to give me new stuff. I remember when I was grinding for Firefly, a lot of how I did everything. Oh no, I don't want to go into this insect nest, dude. I remember the thing here is bad. I specifically remember I would go in and I would do as many new things as possible within like the Simulated Universe to farm stuff. Like I would just get all the basic curios or like try every occurrence. I would just be trying like everything and seeing what I could get new. But I've done like all of them now is the problem. Okay, 1 random negative curio and a 3-star blessing. Accept the flames of self-destruction or obtain 100 cosmic fragments. Negative curio always is really bad, dude. I'm just gonna take cosmic fragments. Cause I'm not here to unlock new stuff. I'm here to win.
We need a strategy.
I'm here to win. Okay. We need a strategy, so I'm gonna do this. I'm with you. Do this. And then boop. I mean, we should be chilling here. Let's just alt and alt. Go for both of those. Bonk. And we'll do this. Another alt.
This is more than a battle.
And I don't even have to obey your rules because I just already break. Oh, she's dead. Okay, well that was easy. I think I might be a little over leveled for this actually. You know what? I kind of forgot my whole party is level 70 and this is recommended level of 45. Ooh, I think this is the best one for this run. And then, oh, I don't have this yet. Randomly gains 1 blessing of preservation after obtaining this curio. When choosing your blessings. Okay. Oh, I don't have that yet. That's surprising. All right. And then we get a free thing. Thank you. Respite. Very nice. You know, there was like a while where I didn't understand that downloader existed. Like, I didn't perceive its existence in the game. And I was just like, man, simulated universe is really hard. Like, how do you do this with only 4 characters? You know, like the type matchups were like so opposite. And then I found it by accident at one point. I was like, oh, I'm stupid is what it is. That was unironically my experience. Cool. Enhance a couple things, and then we go beat up some more dudes. What's up? But yeah, I've been having fun with the music production stuff. Although in classic fashion of every time I try to do anything music related, I'm currently struggling with the fact that one of my plugins is broken, because of course it is. And I've been in like a multiple day long like back and forth with the support. I mean, at least they're trying to help me. I appreciate that. Okay, let me use my skill. Because I think that... No. Okay, careful. Oh, I did not have to be that careful. We're gonna get to kill the trotter dude. Bonk. Oh, maybe not as easily as I thought. He's pretty tanky. This is a slight problem. Yep, he's gonna be scared. Oh wait. Oh, I can still hit him for like effective damage. I thought he was gonna put his like thing up where he has no weaknesses, but no, this is easy now.
Dreams do come true.
He is gonna die, right? There we go. Boom. Alright. Got him. After using the path resonance, deals wind damage to all enemy units based on the attack of the character with the highest attack on the team. Oh, that's really good. Well, that's gonna solve the problem of me bringing like almost 0 type effectiveness into some of the enemies later on. Not that it really matters. Like, I think that we were too overpowered for this to really go wrong anyway. But now it's like super chillin'. Now it'll be really easy.
A will forged in ice.
But yeah, on top. Oh, you know what else is something that I totally just blanked on sharing in like the Discord. I was gonna put it in Discord and I forgot. I got my top play on Osu for the first time in 9 months. Finally! It was so close to being my first 600 as well. I got like 593. It was 600 at the peak, but I missed 1 on the ending. It was insane though. It was such a good score too. I got that. It was 593, and I got 3 other 500s in the same day. I didn't realize this. Like I said, I haven't had a top play in 9 months. I think my old top play was like 567 or something like that. 567 PP, I think. And I had only gotten 1 score that was even above 500 in like the past like 3 months at least. It'd been a while, right? But I got 3 other 500s in that session as well. I got like 3 plays all around like 510, 520. It was such a good session. I went up like 300 ranks. I was really happy with that. What's happening here? Oh, fight both. I'll beat them. I'm over leveled. Give me super rewards. Beat them up. All right. But it was really nice. I haven't gotten like a good rank game like that in a while. I've been playing a little bit of Eterna again as well, which is like the 4-key game that I made the video about a while back. You guys may or may not remember it. And that was going pretty good too. I was surprised. I've literally only played like 2 sessions, but I'm almost at, I'm not like quite at peak level, but I'm surprisingly close, which feels wrong because I haven't been playing in a long time. And I haven't been playing much either. Like usually I have to like build my way back up and it would take me like a few weeks maybe. But instead it's been very, very good on that front. So I've been having some fun just kind of like playing some rhythm games with my friends a little bit off stream as well. Could honestly consider doing a stream before I probably drop it again, because I never end up playing Eterna for that long. Osu I'll probably stick with because I wanted to do the rematch of the Osage on the anniversary stream. So I'll have to make sure that I can do it there, but it'll be fun. You know what else would be kind of funny? So I don't have a stream planned for tomorrow, but I've been chatting with Luz a little bit because you know, music production stuff. I've been getting into it, and as you may or may not be able to guess by the handle ProduLuz, Luz also does some producing, you know. And we're just friends, so you know, I've been chatting a little bit with Luz. And Luz actually has their birthday stream tomorrow, so of course I wanted to go hang out over there. And honestly, I felt like I had too many good choices on what part to participate in some ways. One of the options, the first one, was Tetrio, or Tetris. And as some of you may know, I have been quite a Tetris grinder in my time. Be it just playing lobbies with my friends and like competing for the best 40 line time like in our group, versus back when I was in school and I spent like the last 2 years of my time in high school just literally playing Tetris in class because I was not interested in what we were doing. And I would just finish my work as fast as possible and then just play Tetris because I couldn't do anything better. Like, I spent so much time playing Tetris in class, bro. It's honestly kind of crazy. So I could have done that, but I figured, you know, like, something a little more social would have been more fun to me, I feel like. And then there was Scribble.io, if you guys know. I also have played a lot of Scribble with my friends. Me and my friends love Scribble. We played it a bunch of times. We still play it sometimes. I feel like nowadays we usually go for the Jackbox one. What's it called? Like Drawful? Normally we play Drawful nowadays instead. But Scribble is still a classic to me. But the one that jumped out at me the most, for 2 reasons, was... Well, I guess 3. There was a spelling bee. I guess I have 4 reasons, actually. I lied. I have 4. First of all, I've never done a spelling bee before, even though I feel like it would be really fun. Second of all, it was on Roblox, and I was like, I have not played Roblox in like at least 5 years, maybe 10. I was definitely not a Roblox kid growing up, but I do feel like it's funny because my best friend was very into Roblox, and I just felt like it would be funny to try it out. I know that Luz likes Roblox a lot as well. Third reason is that I was in the Scrabble club for like my time in high school, and I also have played a decent amount outside of just being in the Scrabble club. I love Scrabble. Scrabble is a game that I have spent plenty time grinding, and I was kind of just like thinking to myself, you know, who could be better suited to a spelling bee than somebody who grinded Scrabble? That's like right up my alley. I'm like, I know all of these like really niche, difficult words. This is perfect for me. Okay, 16 plus could be a little difficult, but there's like not even that many words that are that long, all right? I feel like I'm pretty good about that stuff anyway. But there's that. And then the last reason was quite simple, honestly. I saw that Rita was also in that category, and I was like, well, if I wasn't sold already, this is where my people are at. Because I feel like stepping into like a different social circle could be kind of like, it can be fun, but it can be kind of like tricky. I don't know. I'm not always as comfortable. So I was like, the spelling bee already kind of seemed like it would have probably been the most fun to me. And I know that Luz and Rita are both going to be on that. Like, yeah, of course, that sounds like a good time. You know what I mean? Maneuvering. I don't think there's an O in that, though. Is there? Isn't it just M-A-N-E-U-V-E-R-I-N-G? Maneuvering. I'm right. You added an O. Nice try. This guy thinks he can catch me. Nuh-uh. There. Are there? You're right. This doesn't seem like a... What? Okay, let me correct you, Google. Let me... Oh, I'm seeing why. See, this is a Canadian government page, but it's nos langues dash our languages. Okay, no, it's like bilingual. Look, okay. The maneuver, with the O, the one with the O, it says preferred in Canada and Britain. Maybe Quebec in Britain, okay? Let me narrow that down for you. Maybe Quebec in Britain. I've never seen anybody in my life spell that with an O before. That's a first for me. Like, the first spelling is, like, super French, okay? I don't think that it's, like, a rendezvous scenario where you're, like, stealing the word. I feel like it's gained its own identity in English by now. I'm not saying it's wrong to spell it the other way, by the way. But I am saying that I feel like it's wrong to say that it's the preferred spelling in Canada. Maybe in like a government context it might be, I don't know, but in like a colloquial standpoint, I've never seen maneuver spelled with an O in my life. If Luz is Europe, nah, Luz is American, I'm pretty sure. Oh, but I could get boomed for that too. I'm gonna have to be so conscious of that. I guess it's whatever spellings the Roblox game. I assume since it's on Roblox, so there's like a Roblox game for it. They're probably using American English. It's probably American English, which means I'm gonna have to catch myself to like not spell color with a U or like stuff like that. Because that is the thing, is that while there are some trends that follow America, there's also, like, we still spell words with the U in the same way that the British normally do, where the Americans drop it. It's kind of like how in Canada we use... Well, I mean, I think that it goes the other way a little bit more on this, but it's kind of like how we use pounds and kilograms and, like, or like kilometers, and I guess it depends. We don't, you know what, I feel like miles an hour is a thing, but nobody says distance in miles here. Which is kind of funny, but nah, I mean, people would normally use kilometers an hour. But also I feel like weighing is the hardest one, because you can really go either way between kilograms and pounds. It just depends. Like if you're at like the hospital or something, or like in a medical context, they always go by your they'll always go by kilograms, but in like a colloquial sense, I feel like normally people use pounds. Spell gray with an A or an E? I would probably spell it with an A, but also neither looks wrong to me. Like, I think they're pretty interchangeable. Center and center, I think those are also relatively interchangeable, but I would spell it ER and not RE personally. When did I get Firefly? A while back. I grinded... Jake, I want you to know, I grinded to pity twice. I grinded to pity 2 times, pretty much, because at around 80 pulls, I got Japard. And then I went, and it took me about 80 pulls again, but I got Firefly. It was the last time that she was on the banners when I did it.
Like fire until everything burns to ashes.
Nah, but honestly, okay, for all of the trash that I was talking, I'm low-key really glad that I pulled Japard, because I had no good shield characters, and he is really good.
This is more than a battle.
Oh my god. Wait, this is epic! It's like when I used to use Fire... Dude, it's actually exactly like when I used to use Firefly for Calyx's off of Shiny's, like, support character. I just get to attack like 5 times in a row with Firefly. This is sick. I love being overleveled. This is great. Look, everybody just gets to keep moving because I have so many like speed bonuses.
Forged in ice. Never falters.
Not so fast. How does that feel?
I like didn't even do damage, bro. It's so weak. They're getting absolutely boomed here. Okay, but chat. On the topic of spelling bees, do you guys know how to spell the longest word in the English language? And no cheating, okay? No cheating. Wait, do I even remember it? It's like...
Step up, let's see ya.
Oh, God. It's like pneumono silico ultra volcano coniosis or something. I'm trying so hard to remember it. No, see, there's hippopotomonstrosis quipidaliophobia is a different one. That one is the fear of long words, which is really funny because it's so messed up. Like, why would they do that, man? Why would they call it that? That's so mean. But that is not actually the longest one. Once I remember this correctly, pneumono... Oh, no, I got it wrong. It's pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. That is the longest word in the English language.
Just right. Let the show begin.
Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Can you spell it?
Dreams do come true.
Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. That is correct. That is how you spell it. Yeah, I think that it's like a semi-official term for like a medical condition involved with inhaling volcano ash or something like that, if I remember correctly. Pneumono microscopic or pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, an invented long word said to mean a lung disease caused by inhaling very fine ash and sand dust. Okay, so I guess it's not specifically volcano ash, unless maybe it is, I don't know. But I love that they put an invented long word, like they just want you to know how fraudulent it is.
How do you like that? Take a guess.
In the name of land, a will forged in ice. Never falters.
Yeah, it actually does kind of make sense.
For another beating?
In a lot of ways, it's easier to see, like, the etymology of a term like that than it is to understand, like, hippopotamonstrossus quipedaliophobia. Like, that was literally just some dude who was, like, sitting there, like, the fear of long words. I'm about to do what's called a pro gamer move. And then he just started thinking of as many prefixes as possible to just make it stupidly long for no reason.
Let's improvise.
Like, it just feels so random.
Step up, Step in position.
Boop, boop.
Until everything burns to ash.
Actually, wait, did I blast yet? No, I messed this up. Oh well, that's fine.
Indulge yourselves!
Not like it's gonna matter. Kafka's gonna explode.
Don't be scared.
Can use abilities that dispel debuffs. Okay. I mean, I could also just tank the damage, really. Like, what are they gonna do?
Something for everybody.
I'm too over-leveled for this, is the truth. The truth of the matter is that you can't compete. I'm like 25 levels over the recommended level for this. Ibophobia? Oh yeah, ibophobia is the fear of... Oh, what are they called? I'm forgetting the term for it, but it's like words that are spelled the same both ways. Anagrams, maybe? The fear of words that it's like if you spell it backwards, it's the same as if you spell it frontwards.
Let's improvise.
Are those called anagrams? You guys are probably smarter than me. You would know that. Palindromes. I'm pretty sure that's the term, yeah. What is an anagram then? Anagram. An anagram is a word or phrase formed by rearranging the letters. Yeah, that's when you rearrange the letters, whereas a palindrome is where you spell it the same way forward or backward. Yep, you're right. You are correct. Immersion reward. I don't have any immersive fears. Do I want anything here? Oh, this could be good, right? Pan Cosmic Commercial Enterprise. Effect hit rate and attack increase. It's also this one. Increases the wearer's crit damage by 16%. When the wearer's crit rate, or when the wearer's current crit damage reaches 120% or higher, after entering battle, the wearer's crit rate increases by 60% until the end of their first attack. Ooh, is this good on Firefly? This seems like it could be pretty strong. That would make a lot of sense to me. Let's get a couple. Let's take out some reserve energy. We'll do 50 tree. Oh, that doesn't make sense for how many are here. I guess I'll just take 2. I'll do another 20. And then yoink it again. I didn't get that one in the yellow one. I only got the IPC one, but that's okay. I think both seemed pretty solid. There we go. We get some nice rewards here. We can go and get some more Stellar Jade. Thank you. We can also go here and get some Stellar Jade. Thank you. And we can go here and get some more Stellar Jade. Thank you. And we can go here and get some skill tree. Thanks. And we can go here and get On the Fall of an Aeon. Boosh. 5-star light cone. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I've even had one of those yet. And now... Okay, this thing keeps tripping me out. I haven't done it yet. I'll do it later. Now we have a real light cone to run on Firefly. Let's switch that over. And I specifically spent all of my calyxes getting refined aether. So hopefully we're gonna have XP to get this up really high. Although I might actually run into a wall with ascension material for the light cone. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. Now she's OP. That's the plan. That's the plan. I took some time off stream to get her traces up as well. Firefly is my main. So I gotta make sure that I get her kitted out to the maximum potential. I've even got Gallagher kitted out because of the synergy. And I got really lucky when I was pulling Firefly too. I got Gallagher at like E4 or something ridiculous. Like I have such a high Eidolon count for him. Ah, I need a farm. Okay. Calyx. We'll do 6. Use this. Thank you. And then let's get Acheron.
So
E6 on Gallagher is really good. Interesting. I mean, I would imagine E6 on any character is insane. But honestly, getting the E4 was really good. I don't remember where in his, like, tree it comes up. But you get, like, a thing where his healing also dispels debuffs. Which is really, really good. Like, that changed him from being, like, pretty good to being, like, completely cracked. Which was very epic. I loved that. Like E2. I thought it was E2, yeah. But it is interesting that I think that my first E6 is most likely to end up being Gallagher. I mean, I don't mind. So far, I'm liking Gallagher in the story. He has a really interesting story arc. Although, I'm still kind of in the midst of it, so I can't make any judgments too soon. But I'm excited to proceed with, like, the Watchmaker's Legacy stuff today. And I appreciate... I feel like this story has had so many, like, standout characters for me. Like, Firefly and Gallagher are really interesting. Acheron's interesting. Aventurine is quite interesting. Sparkle, I haven't really gotten to see, like, the full depth of her character yet. I like Robin. Like, honestly, all the characters so far have been pretty good. I mean, even Sunday, I don't know if I like Sunday particularly, but he's a good character. He's well written regardless. Penacony is goated. I have to agree. Okay, how much did I get? Oh, I got 6 of those. That's a good sign. I'm probably going to need to do more of that. We'll see. Light cone. Enhance. Oh, I'm definitely going to end up needing to do more. We're going to have to, like, take out, like, 300 fuel and just spend it all doing this exact type. This exact type of material. I'm going to use up all of these as well. It's fine. It's for Firefly. It's worth... Oh, actually, I can only even go up to, like, 70, I'm pretty sure, so... We're approaching the summit. I only need to do one more. We need 5 of these. Of which I have none. Or, well, I guess I have 1. Let me correct myself. So I need 14 of the blue one for this. And this... Let's see. I need... 6 of these, which means that I need 18 of these, which I do have enough for. Boop. And then boop. Phew. Excuse me. Okay. Let's do some more of this. Also, wait, what are these guys weak to? Wind. Oh, we could... Okay, I have an idea then. go here. Challenge. Let's borrow Fei Xiao.
Your call.
Because
I can
Fei
take
Xiao also dunks. One thing I love about when I've tried using Fei Xiao as a support character is like when she uses her ult, it literally looks like she's dunking on the opponents. It's fire. She has like hella follow-ups too. I feel like it would be cool. It would be cool to have Fei Xiao as a character. Oh, here we go. There's the dunk. Yeah, she literally ends it with a dunk. I can't remember. Is Fei Xiao on banner right now? I can't remember. It doesn't really matter to me because I'm gonna pull for Herta. But if I remember correctly, yeah, it is Fei Xiao. I thought so. I can't remember exactly who else was on. I think after we finish doing this grinding here, I'm gonna do some pulls. What do you guys think? We're gonna do some pulls and then we'll do the story. I've just been enjoying going through and like kind of doing my like daily, weekly activity so far because I haven't really gotten to. I mean, I probably had a chance to play some Honkai, but I haven't gotten around to it off stream for a little while. But as much as I'm like excited to continue the story, I'm also just like, I have to say, just like the sort of like basic gameplay of Honkai, surprisingly fun, especially when you have like simulated universe to get rewards from on the week still and stuff like that. Or like at some point I want to go back and, you know, do the Garden of Recollection stuff that I was too weak to do when I was grinding for Firefly, because that was pretty fun. Like there's like a good amount of like side content in this game that's actually still pretty enjoyable. I've been having fun with it anyway. Alright, so we'll do a couple more of these. Kind of random, by the way. Kind of random, but I just remembered a story from like 2 weeks ago that I never got to tell on stream that I would like to share with the people. I had I went to get a pizza with my dad. Because, I mean, I get pizza all the time. It's one of my favorite foods. But it was one of the rare times where he suggested it, like he wanted to. And I was like, well, if you're getting pizza, of course I want to also get pizza. Let's go. And we went, and we rolled up, and they like opened the pizza and like showed me. And they were like, does this look okay to you? And I wasn't even thinking. I was like, sure. Because, I mean, it looked fine. I was like, why would they do that? Like, they usually, like, they might confirm, like, the toppings are, like, the right pizza or whatever. But like they never bother showing me normally. And then I went home and I realized why they showed me. And it was unfortunate. I think about like 70% of my pizza was burnt on the bottom. Not like a little bit of like leopard spotting or whatever they call it. You know, like maybe you get Neapolitan pizza and it's like kind of like spotted. It was like black. Like it was burnt. You could taste it. It was like a layer of coal across the bottom of my. Okay, it wasn't quite that bad. I'm exaggerating a little, but it was burnt. Like it was absolutely burnt. And I was like, damn, that's unfortunate. It wasn't bad enough that like the thing is, even if they had showed me that, I would have still taken it. Cause like, what else am I gonna do? I'm gonna in the middle of winter. We're just chilling. We're like here. We came to pick up our food at night, and I'm just gonna be like. No, you know what? Actually, I want you guys to remake it. I want to sit here for 20 minutes while you redo that without having like a phone or anything with me. Like my dad was there too. Like I wouldn't make him wait. I would just be like, yeah, it's fine. You know, like thank you. And then just, you know, like I still ate it. It was still, you know, pizza's pizza. It was still good, but like it was not nearly as good as it should have been. But I mean, I still ate it. Yeah, it was a little unfortunate, but I mean, you know, it happens. It happens. What a waited Loki. I think if it was only me, like if I wasn't not trying to get cancer, bro. One pizza's not gonna kill you, dog. It'll be fine. But if it was only me, like if I went by myself, maybe I would have been like, can you remake it because it's burnt or whatever. But like if I'm with somebody else. I probably wouldn't bother, you know. I'd probably just be like, ah, you know what, it's fine. Like, whatever. Because I don't want to make them wait, too, you know. Maybe that's just me, but I guess it depends. It depends on the scenario, too. It just depends. I wasn't in the mood to wait. You know what else was kind of unlucky? Recently, in my off-stream gaming escapades a little bit, kind of what I've been up to, is I picked up something that comes back for me once every maybe half a year, once a year, something like that, which is that me and my dad started playing some Diablo 3 again. Every now and again, after it's been enough time that it kind of feels fresh again, we'll go back and we'll start playing like seasonal hardcore characters together. And it's like, you know, we'll have like the shared account. I think it's like a really fun way to like bond with my dad a little bit, because even though it's not like we're sharing a character, it's like all of the like loot and like the money and stuff is like account wide, so we can like go on and like collect stuff and like kind of share like the theory crafting side of it. And that's really fun. I love doing that with him. Because I don't get to game with my dad that often anymore. He's kind of old, so a lot of the time he doesn't have the energy to game with me in any meaningful capacity. You know, I can't get him to play like Mario Party or stuff like that anymore. But he'll play Diablo with me. But it was really unfortunate. We started playing, and like 2 or 3 days in, we noticed there was like I just looked, and there's not much point in playing because the season ends tomorrow. And I was like, ah, and that was like last weekend. And I gotta wait until Friday night to have the new season start. But once it's back up, I think I'm probably gonna start playing some more again. I'm excited. It's like I didn't expect that I would be counting down the days for a Diablo 3 season to come out. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Diablo 3 is literally like 12 or 13 years old. It is like by modern standards, it's getting pretty ancient now. It holds up really well though. I didn't realize it was that old. I had to look it up recently. I was just curious, and I was like, wow, because it holds up really well. Like low key in some ways, I think it's kind of better than Diablo 4. I didn't finish Diablo 4, so maybe I'm biased because I didn't finish it. But like, I mean, that says something too. Like, I don't know. I just wasn't that engaged. Minecraft is almost... Dang. In some ways, I'm actually surprised that Minecraft is only 13 years old. It honestly feels like it could be older than that in some ways to me. Do I have enough to synthesize? I have 0 for that. That's great. And this one, I think I do have synthesizable stuff. Okay, I should really get this light cone to at least 60. Like, light cone level 50 is kind of sad. Okay, let's do one more calyx. Let's do one last calyx here. And then... Well, actually, I hope that one will be enough. Been around through all this stuff. I know, right? Also, you know, while we're on the topic of Minecraft, let me share something with you guys. I have a plan, okay? I have a plan. Is that on, I think, assuming I managed to execute everything correctly, on like either February 7th or 8th, depending, I'm planning to see if I can like put up a Minecraft server for like exactly 1 month, where we'll have like a month where it'll be like hosted the whole time, and on my anniversary stream we'll have like the final day where we can check out the world and see like what it turned into in 1 month. I feel like it would be really, really cool. I feel like it'd be a really, really sick like experience to have both in the lead up and like as like an event, like part of the festivity for the anniversary stream. I feel like it'd be really, really sick to look back and see like where we go in 1 month, like what kind of stuff gets built. I feel like it'd be really, really cool. But yeah, I think most people in the community have Minecraft as well, I'm pretty sure, so it would be fun. I haven't done a Minecraft server in God knows how long, so I think it'd be a really good time. definitely not. This is definitely not like the last time that I did a Minecraft server, but one of the funniest memories I have of any Minecraft server is I don't even remember what the server was called anymore, but it was with my boy in the chat, Vextra, my friend Jake. Back when we were kids, there was this like public server we both used to play on, and I had a really nice base in there. And I remember there was one time that that like a moderator came into my house, and he gave me like, you know how sometimes in Minecraft servers they'll have it set up to where you can have like economy, where you can like have money more or less, and you can like buy sell stuff. And what happened is like, okay, this is gonna take forever. I'll just get rid of like some of these, and that'll be it. I'll try and see what I have in terms of resource. What happened is they gave me a sign for getting horse spawners, like horse eggs, which was really sick. I could get free horses. But what actually happened is my friend Jake went in while I was offline. And I don't even know how he managed to do this, because I swear to God, his laptop definitely should have been weaker than my PC. Like, it definitely should have. I don't know how he managed this. But he went in while I wasn't on, and he spawned so many horses that any time I logged into the server, I would spawn in my house, because that's where I last was, and my game would immediately crash, because the sheer amount of horses was so massive in volume that my PC just couldn't handle it. It would literally just crash my game instantly. And I don't know why that server never had any sort of like system where it would like despawn mobs or something, because you would think they would, but it just didn't. They just never left. Like I never was able to get back. And the funniest thing is, we were really young. We were in like middle school, and like early in middle school too. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I didn't talk to him for like 2 or 3 months. Like I remember being so mad about it. I remember being so absolutely furious. I might be misremembering. I mean, I don't even know. The thing is, I don't even know if Jake remembers this. I have no idea if he remembers this, like, particularly anymore. But I still remember it all of this time later. It was so funny. You gotta understand, though, when he was younger, he was a real dick, bro. The thing is that when he would get bored, he would much rather make me upset for entertainment than just be bored. Which I was very irritable as a kid, so like it was very easy to do. You just trolled a lot. You were a big troll when we were kids, bro. I got way too pressed about it, but also it was like not an isolated incident. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. My love language. I mean, honestly, I think that you've like mellowed to a point where it's funny now, whereas before it was sometimes funny and sometimes really infuriating. Okay. What was I gonna do? Polls. Okay. Boom. I have a 2x2 pit, and I have a cow pit, and every time it destroys... Oh my god, you still do it, bro. You're a menace. You're a menace, you know that? You're actually a menace. Ooh, wait, I have exactly 50 pulls on the standard banner. I have 10 pulls on here. Okay, let's view details. So, how close am I to pity? When was the last time I got a 5-star off of here? Oh, it's been a... Wait, have I never pulled a 5-star? I swear I pulled Bronya at one point, didn't I? Did I just scroll over it? Oh, it was well. It was well. Okay. So 8 times 5 is 40. plus 4, 44 plus 50 is 84. That means that my odds of getting a 5-star here is very high. Very, very, very high odds that I could get a 5-star off the standard banner. Yeah, this is the standard banner. Let's see. Let's see if I can get somebody and who I get. I'm trying to think who I don't have off the standard banner. I think Himeko I don't think I have. Not that I see much of a usage case for Himeko, just because I already have Firefly and Gallagher. Post-op conversation. Cool. I mean, it's a 4-star light cone. It could be useful. I don't know. What is this? Increases the wearer's energy regeneration rate and outgoing healing when they use their ultimate by 12%. Okay, that could be useful on, like, links, if I decide to start running links again at some point. Himeko is goated, good for farming, and pure fiction, and the Herda. Okay. Good to know. I'm trying to think, who else is on the standard banner? I have Japard, I have Welt, I have Bronya, I have... There's another one I have that my brain is dying on. Wait, what did I say? I have Clara, I have Japard, I have Welt, I have Bronya. I think those are the 4 that I have. I don't think I have more than that. Okay, there's another one of Asta. I'm pretty sure I have a decent amount of Eidolons on Asta now as well. I should check that. I don't know what I'm at. Can I see, like, who all the 5... Or is it just these 3? I mean, getting Eidolon on Bronya or Japard wouldn't be bad either. Really on anyone. Bailu I don't have either. I don't have Yangqing either. Or Yanqing? I'm not sure. I don't remember what her name is, but I know who you're talking about, I think. I mean, I feel like I can't really go wrong with whoever I pull here. Got some sort of 4-star light cone there. Really not getting that good of pulls right now, not gonna lie. Nihility. Where hits an enemy and the enemy is not already ensnared, there is a 60% chance to ensnare the hit enemy. Ensnared enemy's defense decreases by 12% for 1 turns. Okay, it seems like decent on, like, maybe Welts? I don't know. Could be okay, but... Yanqing? Yeah, like an Ice Danheng low-key. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, we got the 5-star. We got the 5-star. But who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Okay, Asta again, sure. Who's it gonna be? It's a light cone. Bro, I didn't even know that could happen. What? I didn't even know that could happen, man. I thought, what? But that sucks. Is it even good? Erudition? I don't even, like, use anybody who follows the path of erudition, man. For every enemy on the field? What? That's garbage. Increases the wearer's attack by 9% up to 5 stacks. And you get weakness rate 30% damage for 1 turn. For your Himeko that you totally have. Yes, of course. Exactly. Yeah, it could be good for Herta, I guess. But, like, oh, what a miss, bro. What a miss. Damn. Okay. Wait, how come my new records don't show? Okay, whatever. The records are out of date. Well, you know what? There is slightly increased odds in, like, the first 10 or 15 pulls before you have to like make your way back up to pity pretty much to have a good chance. So we could get another 5-star. It's more likely than like if we were 10 or 20 pulls later. Okay, no. I mean, that was a reach. That was definitely a reach. But who do we got though? Sword play. Okay. I think I already have one of those, but sure. All right. Just a light cone kind of day. Just a light cone kind of day. Yes, there's Lingsha, light cone event warp, and message from beyond. Well, yeah, you can do Lingsha, Fei Xiao, and Jade, but I don't care about them. I want the Herda. This is the pulls that actually matters. Give me 7 of these. Thank you, sir. Embers exchange. I cannot do that. Dang. For another 9 days. When does this banner end? 13 days. Okay, so I could Ember exchange later. What are my details like for this? I don't even remember. I am 6 pulls deep. So basically, I would have to get exceptionally lucky here to get Herda. But like, imagine, just believe in the fantasy, believe in the fiction. Just imagine. Ah, oh, come on, man. Can I at least get some like new limited character or something and not light cone, please? Pretty please. No. No, I get light cone. Oh, I mean, I already have Moe's, but okay. I don't hate getting Eidolon on Moe's. Oh wait, it's Asta and Natasha. Okay, well, I can't get anyone new anyway. In that case, I'm pretty happy with that, actually. I feel like Moe's I use more than the other two, so not bad, not bad. Okay, purple again. Not surprising. Easiest start of your life. I hope so. I hope so. I mean, imagine, it would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be pretty cool. We got the same light code again, and that was it. All right. Hey, I mean, the last 10 pull, but it could be harder though. You never know. You never know. The chance is not 0. It's not 0. Oh. You know what? That's okay, that's okay. Let me tell you guys why that's okay. First of all, we're gonna get Natasha here. Close, we got Asa. Okay, but let me tell you guys why that's okay, alright? On this next pull, we have 1 pull left, and it's a 50-50 to get Herda. Because it's simple. You either get it, or you don't. 50-50. Just show me the blue, man. But imagine though, oh no. I bet I freaked out at least one person who had me on the second monitor. We actually got some random light card of a jellyfish. Okay, let's see. So that's E1 on Moe's. Okay, he gets like extra energy regen. That's cool.
Could be me.
So Asta,
Every star is a
dude, we have
miracle.
E5 on Asta. Oh my god. Maybe I have to like level up Asta or something, because I haven't even used her before, but I have her at E5. Oh my god. What does this do? So you get extra damage when using skill to a random enemy. Charging stacks will not be reduced after alt. Skill +2, talent +2. Energy regen 15% increase. Ultimate +2, basic attack +1. She's pretty good. Okay. Interesting. I mean, she is fire, and the fun part about building around Firefly is I could run triple fire, and it would legitimately not even be like a dumb decision. Because everybody's weak to fire. Good if you don't have a 5-star harmony. Don't I have a 5-star harmony? Well, I mean, I have the Harmony Trailblazer, who I run 99% of the time because Weakness Break is OP. Outside of that, I don't think I have a 5-star. Yeah, no, these are all 4 stars. And even then, I don't think any of them are Harmony. Yeah, it's just Asta. Gives a lot of attack and speed. Oh, wait, but that would be good for Firefly. Interesting. I will keep this in mind. Okay, okay. There could be some build potential. Oh, what is this? Tracks of Destiny. Oh, those things are useful. I haven't really been using them, but they're useful. As far as I can tell. Okay. Are you guys ready to finally continue the main story? Last time we left off,
you know, I'm most jealous of people
we
who
were
have houses to
Boot
live in.
Hill. I still don't know that much about Boot Hill, but we're here. We're waiting around for Mr. Don Hung. So we're in like, it's so hard to remember all the different like POVs that this storyline is whiplashing me between, but let's see what's up. Asking for information. Right, we were trying to check in. I remember this.
Hey, you guys here for the Charmony Festival too?
Well, I didn't come all the way here specially for the festival. Honestly, I don't really even know what it's about. But I heard it's a lot of fun.
I hope it will be. Also, Jano is a sick name. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of odd. I don't even know if it's supposed to be pronounced Jano. I can't even think of how else you would pronounce that. But I mean, that's a pretty cool name.
Well, back in my home world, Anaria, we have festivals like that all the time. My dad threw me a birthday party one time that was just as extravagant as the Charmony Festival.
That sounds hard to believe, but maybe you're just really rich. I don't know you.
Oh, come on. The Charmony Festival is a once-in-an-Amber era event.
That's what I'm saying. See, if the kid is calling you out, you know it's legit, because the kids don't lie.
Well, you never know, right? Maybe on her world, birthdays only happen once in Amber era. Anyway, let's forget about that. Have you heard about the, unsettling things happening in the dreamscape?
Unsettling things? What could possibly go wrong? It better not ruin the Charmony Festival. I've been looking forward to it.
Relax. With a big event like this, there's bound to be lots of gossip and
You just
rumors.
called her old. That is true. Wait, saying that birthday parties only happen once in an Amber era on her world implies that she's like many, many Amber eras old.
Oh, that's a relief. I didn't come all this way to see the festival go down the drain.
Okay, Boot Hill's being nice. He's like,
Well, looks like I won't get any fudging clues out of these two.
yeah.
They're clueless.
Yep. Kind of forgot how much this guy likes his fudge. Good to be back. All right, head of security. This is somebody who you might be able to pepper for some
I'm
answers.
Connie of the Bloodhound family, head of security for the hotel. How may I assist you?
Hello. So, there's something I wanted to ask about. I've been hearing some unsettling rumors about certain incidents that might affect the Charmony Festival. Do you think there's anything to be worried about? I've traveled all the way from the Hawaii Federation and
Hawaii.
my trip to be ruined.
I don't know where that even is.
What do you mean?
Wait, you haven't heard?
I'm not sure where you heard those rumors, but they're completely baseless. I can assure you, as a representative of the Bloodhound family, that everything is going smoothly for the Charmony Festival.
Okay, so the lower down people are clueless, or she's just good at lying.
At present, all of the families are focused on making sure the festival starts on time. Even the Dream Master himself has arrived. So don't worry, your trip won't be in vain.
Ah, that's a relief to hear. She doesn't appear to be acting. So, it seems that even the hotel staff are out of the loop.
Yep, that's not surprising.
Already?
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Hasn't she returned yet?
Nope. I'm starting to wonder. Sending her to contact Sunday was a good idea. Neither the staff nor the guests seem to know anything about what's happening in the dreamscape, and wherever we go, all we see is people enjoying themselves. Definitely not a good sign.
A little concerning, yeah.
I agree. Another unusual thing is that the Oak family is supposed to be in charge of organizing the council and managing everything inside and outside the dreamscape. However, I walked around the hotel, but didn't meet a single member of the Oak family on such an important day.
Well, I'll be forked. If I remember correctly,
I'll be
the head of
forked.
the Oak family is that Sunday guy.
I'm impressed. He didn't say I'll be fudged that time. Oh, that's like not even like a saying. Like, what's he replacing? Well, I'll be damned. Why wouldn't he just say like, well, I'll be darned or whatever? I'll be forked. That's an like I immediately understood what he meant. That's an interesting choice stylistically. Intriguing.
We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's go back to the Express for now.
Not so fast. Have you ever robbed the IPC, bro?
Bro.
You run away now, everyone will be chasing after you.
I don't know why the way he said bro just caught me off guard. Have you ever robbed the IPC, bro? Nah, bro, I haven't actually robbed the IPC before.
Are you suggesting we sit here and do nothing?
I wouldn't say do nothing, but let's stay put for now. Even if the family has ulterior motives, they couldn't have anticipated us showing up here. We're the surprise factor for them.
It's true.
They don't want to attract unwanted attention from certain outsiders, so they won't do anything reckless. See, the IPC lackeys are keeping a close eye on this hotel.
If I were a family member, I'd find an official excuse and keep the surprise factors here. If we just wait here, that would be like walking into their trap.
Of course, we don't need to walk into their trap. I gave a backup plan to the memo keeper. If it turns out we won't be allowed to enter the dreamscape, she'll order a drink for me in the VIP lounge at the hotel. In reality,
Does the drink take you into the
A
dreamscape?
secret signal.
that's right.
Okay, just as a signal.
Oh, a concrete object can indeed help the memo keeper establish a connection with you. But Boot Hill, if you have more backup plans in the future, I hope you'll let me know in advance.
It's a good point. You should communicate as a team.
I'm sorry, but it's one of my quirks. I have too many unreliable friends. And if I reveal that I have backup plans, things can
He has trust
things can
issues.
go awry. And that would leave all backup plans completely useless.
True.
How do we get into the VIP lounge?
Use your
This
quote-unquote
is where my
street smarts.
come into play.
All right, bro. Let's see him.
You're the lobby manager, right?
He has such like a staggered way of speaking. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as very like street, but okay.
Yes, I am. How may I assist you?
We're the Nameless from the Astral Express. We wanted to check in, but there's something wrong with your system. The lady at the front desk said she would contact the manager, but now she's nowhere to be found. Now, we've been waiting here forever, without any food or water. What the fork, man?
What the fork, man?
Treats its guests.
That's a little bit crude. Like, whoa, in the middle of the hotel lobby, bro, there are children around. What the fork, bro?
Is this your idea of street smarts?
You can hear
Starting an
Donna.
altercation?
That like he was like the little like noise he made at the start of that.
It's called standing up for your rights.
True.
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait while we try to contact Mr. Sunday. I'll arrange 2 premium seats in the VIP lounge so you can rest there while you wait.
I don't think he has street smarts, but he is smart in the fact that he's like he's street enough in the sense that he's scary, like you don't want to fuck with him or you don't want to fork with him. My apologies. My apologies.
Don't call yourself nameless next time.
This bar's something else. Certainly worthy of the planet of festivities.
Anderson.
Good evening, gentlemen.
These guys all have such like pompous voices, bro. I can't explain it.
Hey, I have an order for a bottle of His Donna's White Oak. Can you help us find it?
Has Donna's White Oak? I think there might be a misunderstanding. We don't serve that here.
Oh, no way. Are you sure you're not mistaken?
If someone had reserved such a beverage, I would definitely remember it. It sells for hundreds of thousands of credits per bottle, after all. I couldn't afford to cover for such an item if it were broken or lost.
Well, that's strange. Well, could it be that the memo keeper couldn't afford it?
What should we do now?
Unlikely.
Oh, no need to rush. Let's grab some drinks first. Maybe I arrived too early and she hasn't come yet. Now, let's see what kind of juice malts you all have here. Well, give me a glass of Heenum Valley, 40 years. I'll have
40
it
years
neat.
aged.
No ice.
What does "I'll have it neat" mean? I've never heard that term before in like an alcohol context. Is that just like fiction or is that like a real term?
Well, that's the most expensive one on the list. You have a taste for the finer things.
It's on the house, anyway.
Is it? Well, he just ordered the most expensive thing. That's why he chose it.
What can I get for you?
Anything you recommend is fine.
Then I would recommend today's special, Glass Village. It's classic Soul Glad mixed with Laboom juice. It's
Laboom
refreshing
juice.
and suits your cool demeanor. Just 1 minute.
What is Laboom juice? Sounds pretty explosive.
Dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. Ooh, really hits the spot. Truly the finest sherry cask aged malt juice in the cosmos.
There was something so like deeply southern about the way that he went dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. It really hits the spot. I don't know, man. That's great writing. I don't know, man. He hasn't sounded that southern to me all the time. Like I kind of tune it out a little bit, but that struck me in a way that I wasn't expecting.
Barbecue with rocket fuel. Is that really something that humans enjoy?
Not quite Don Ho, okay? He's a Galaxy Ranger. He's a little different.
Hey, this guy doesn't know anything at all.
As long as you're satisfied, dear guests, please enjoy.
Let's give the memo keeper another.
I love Don Hawk just like sitting there analyzing like
She doesn't show
dynamite
up when we come
barbecue
up
with
with a
rocket
plan.
fuel.
In the
How would
meantime,
that work?
Let's take stock of the situation. What do you think?
Need is like poured plainly, so no shaking or mixers. Ah, okay, so it is a real thing. Interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Zero knowledge of alcohol terms, or perhaps fortunately, I'm pretty ill-informed too. I knew about like the on the rocks thing before I played Valhalla. I already knew that, being like having it with ice. I didn't I don't think I knew, like, mixing and blending particularly, though. And even so, like, it's, like, super basic stuff.
The situation is unclear.
I've never
Something
been to a
must have
bar,
happened
man.
with
I
the
don't know.
festivities, but the public is unaware of it. Someone in a position of power within the family must be covering it up.
Yes, that's
it's
correct.
unusual for the followers of the Harmony to invite other factions, let alone the IPC and the Masked Fools. If what you said about the Emanator of the Nihility is true, the situation in Penacony is a little complicated, to say the least.
I think that would absolutely be saying the least, Don Hung. It is a lot complicated, actually. I can tell you personally, you're like the 7th POV so far. Okay, I said that as a joke, but like unironically, let me think. There's playing as me. There's been like the Firefly parts. There's been Robin. There's been Acheron with Welts. There's been like Himeko and the rest of them. There's been Don Hung and Boot Hill. That's 6, and I feel like I'm probably still forgetting one. There's like Gallagher, maybe? There was the stuff with Aventurine and Dr. Ratio and that. Like, there's like more than 7. Unironically, there's like more than 7. I undershot while trying to exaggerate.
Actually, there's something else I'm concerned about. Regarding Acheron. As you know, the faction that follows the path of the hunt are some of the most dangerous folks in the cosmos to mess with. I mean, who in their right mind would impersonate the Xianzhou Alliance or the Galaxy Rangers? It's like asking for a death wish.
He says, while impersonating the Nameless.
Isn't there a saying among the Xianzhou people that the Rainbow Sect lets their Lux arrow do all the beating?
Well, the thing is that Acheron was of the hunt, if I remember correctly.
Talking. Do all the talking.
Well, you know what I mean. Even though the Galaxy Rangers have been out of sight for years, we've been keeping an eye on this region. Even the dumbest criminals know better than to mess with the Annihilation Gang, much less the Rangers. But that Acheron lady, she doesn't seem like a lunatic at all. On the contrary, she's highly logical and organized. She knows exactly when to hold back and when to strike without mercy.
True.
And do you believe that someone like her would have an ulterior motive for impersonating a Galaxy Ranger?
I'm not entirely sure, but I do have my suspicions. Maybe she knows a Galaxy Ranger, or perhaps she's trying to lure us out for some reason, which I can't figure out.
I don't know.
Anyway, what worries me more are the anomalies within the family. They've summoned followers from various paths for the festival. No matter how generous the family might be, this move seems highly unusual.
It's because it was Gallagher.
Unless the invitations weren't sent by them. If that's the case, it's even more intriguing that the family insists on organizing the Charmony Festival, despite the chaos.
That is interesting.
Maybe it's Shipei the Harmony pulling the strings. You find it beyond human understanding because it wasn't arranged by humans at all.
Nah, it was Gallagher.
People do stupid things out of irrational impulses. They abandon their principles when self-interest is involved. They believe in things they know they shouldn't, and fudge, they even break their own rules.
It's true.
But eons don't. They stick to their determined path and never turn back, even if they reach a dead end.
You think Shipei's will is behind all this?
It may not necessarily be Shipei. There's definitely some higher entity involved. I know it may sound pessimistic,
Interesting theory.
but if human free will were reliable, why would we even need Galaxy Rangers?
It's an interesting theory, but you lack context, Boot Hill. This is the thing, is that you've decided that it seems too illogical for a human to come up with, but you lack the context that somebody like Gallagher is out there and his experience has been shoveled into the ground for so long that he wanted a way to reawaken that and pay back to his fallen friend. And so he decided to have the legacy of the watchmaker go down and have all of this stuff and invited everybody.
It's much simpler when you boil it down to the eons and paths. Like how Lon always follows the path of the hunt, or how the Express stays true to the Trailblaze despite Akavilli's disappearance.
But in my opinion, Akavilli's fall holds significance for the Nameless.
Oh. So you're saying the Nameless now have to take responsibility for their own choices because their absolutely right leader is gone?
Exactly. I believe the purpose of the journey isn't just about following a path that's always considered absolutely right. It's more about doing your best to choose the right path for yourself among countless possibilities. Even with limited insight and judgment.
That's very noble. That's a lot like life. I think I agree with the Trailblaze. I like this path.
I don't know what you've been through, but I agree that people must take responsibility for their choices. Because no one else can do it for them.
True.
That's why the Galaxy Rangers need to uncover the imposter and figure out her true intentions. Just in case. I have a backup plan if the Memo Keeper doesn't show up. This is my final backup plan. I promise.
Okay.
You sure have a lot of cards up your sleeve.
Well, going back to my old career would make things a lot easier. By the way, when you were walking around the hotel, did you happen to see any important-looking guests?
What's your plan?
It's simple. We just grab some hostages and use them as bargaining chips with the family. Or maybe we can even take their identities.
This guy is just a straight-up crook. He is a, like, comically evil supervillain, bro. He was like, oh, it's simple. We'll just grab some hostages. Don't worry. We'll just commit identity theft. Why not? Like, bro, that's not a backup plan. I mean, it is, but like that's just crime. It's the same guy who was like, have you ever robbed the IPC? Do you know what's gonna happen to you? And then 2 seconds later, he's like, oh, we can just take some hostages, you know. We could just, you know, you see any important people, we could just steal their identity. Like, bro, dude, you're gonna make a lot more ops than just the IPC. Like, oh my god. If you were a Pathfinder or a Pathstrider, I would probably be a Trailblazer, I think. The Trailblaze speaks to me the most. And I don't even think that it's just from, like, following through the POV of, like, trailblazing the whole time. Like, that's probably part of it, I can't lie. That's just how I live my life, bro. Like, I just go out and I, like, experience and try, like, different stuff. And I just, like, try and do that to the best of my ability as I go through stuff. I don't know, it's just a nice way to live, bro. It's just nice to, like, go around and, like, experience different, like, adventures, however you frame that in terms of, like, concept. I think it's a lot more fun than, like, locking yourself down to, like, one absolute, like, overarching idea. Kind of like how Don Hung said, it's like, instead of having, like, one path that is always right, it's, like, always trying to make the right choice on whatever path you're on for yourself. Like, I believe in that kind of, like, philosophy a lot more. So, aside from anything else, that also is part of why I resonate with the Trailblaze. But yeah.
No need for
I would
that.
probably be a Trailblazer.
We'll return to the Express now.
But it would be funny to be like Destruction. No, okay, I would never be Destruction. I don't even know. Like, if I was on a different path, I don't know, maybe like... if I had to pick one that wasn't like the Trailblaze. Like if I had to pick one of the ones that you actually have as like on the characters, I think maybe like the Harmony or like Abundance would be where I'd end up, but I like the Path of the Trailblaze. That's fire.
Wait, are you getting scared? Draw your weapon. Let's make a big scene.
Are you leaving, esteemed guests? Would you like to cancel that As Donna's White Oak you just ordered?
Oh, is it here?
Huh? As Donna's White Oak. But didn't you just say?
Ha ha. Looks like you are a bit intoxicated, esteemed guests. You ordered a bottle of As Donna's White Oak just a moment ago.
Looks like your memo keeper friend has finally arrived.
Ah, saved. No hostages required. Perfect.
Oh, right. Sorry, my memory's not the best. You know, too many modifications and all. Anyway, let me check. Well, fork me. It says Donna's White Oak, all right. And there's a note. I'll be waiting for you on the Astral Express.
Oh,
No
on the
mistake.
Express.
That's her message to you. She knew the hotel wasn't safe, so she suggested we find another place.
Well, looks like we took a detour, but now it's back to the Astral Express. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
All right.
You're back?
Oh, Pom Pom.
2 guests just boarded saying they were looking for Boot Hill, so I told them to wait in the parlor car.
Oh, just in time.
2 guests?
She's one of them. Look, we welcome all passengers on the Astral Express, but sneaking in like that? You have no regard for etiquette.
My apologies, conductor. It was an oversight on my part. I assumed you were already acquainted with the garden. Given the chaotic situation in Penacony, the Nameless are the only ones we can truly trust right now.
Of course.
You are the memo keeper.
Pleased to meet you, Dan Hung. I've seen you in others' memories. And as for Boot Hill, this is our first face-to-face meeting. I hope you enjoyed that bottle of Astana's White Oak. You sure have a refined taste.
Finally, Memo Keeper. Well, let's cut to the chase. Spill everything you know.
That's precisely what I intend to do. But before that, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Black Swan.
Oh,
I
Acheron's
serve
here.
the Garden of Recollection as a memo keeper. As for Acheron's story, I'm sure she knows it better than I do.
Now that's interesting.
Greetings. I'm Acheron.
I didn't expect that.
What? You Garden of Recollection shirtbag. You betrayed me.
No.
I apologize, but she did that at my request. Due to certain reasons, I have been exiled by the family.
Right.
Thankfully, this memo keeper came to my aid and helped me escape their surveillance unnoticed.
To be honest, it was more like stalking than helping. And the process was far from unnoticed. But we did escape.
It's true.
I asked her to guide me to a place beyond the family's reach and to contact a few trustworthy individuals, namely all of you.
Of course.
Trustworthy. Son of a nice lady. You think I'm dumb or something? How about this? I'll put a few bullet holes in your head and see what secrets
Boot Hill!
spill out.
Why are you like this?
We can talk about trust.
Can you put the gun down for 2 seconds, my man? Bro, like, you gotta be capable in that robot brain of yours up top to have a conversation for 5 minutes without threatening to put 3 bullet holes in somebody's head, bro.
It doesn't have to be like that. I'm willing to answer all your questions, but not right now. If my cover hadn't been blown, we might have had more time, but at the moment, we don't have any other options.
No other options? What do you mean?
This is the only way I can ensure everyone's safety. I kindly request an immediate warp jump out of the Astana star system.
What? What about the rest of us that are in there, though?
This passenger is requesting...
As far as I can tell, she's not a threat, and seems to be telling the truth.
But why should Pom Pom trust you as well? Explain.
I've briefly traveled with your companions and know their whereabouts, Dan Heng. Please rest assured, your nameless companions are safe, but they need our help. As for Boot Hill, you may have guessed, I've been waiting for you. Galaxy Rangers are known for their elusive nature and limited contact with each other. So this was the only way I could reach out to you.
So she did frame being a Galaxy Ranger to talk to Boot Hill specifically. Interesting.
Only by doing this can I find a true Galaxy Ranger and fulfill a long-standing promise. To return his relics to their rightful owner.
Oh.
Someone once told me that every rainfall is like a gift from the heavens. A sign of their mercy upon the world.
Oh, is this from Adventuring?
Raindrops are said to be the tears of the gods, shed in response to the sorrows of the world. Their constant pouring is a reminder that the gods haven't abandoned us yet. So, how long has this rain been going on for?
No, it's somebody else.
I used to believe, just like you, that it would eventually stop. Years and decades passed. And in the end, such hope faded away before the rain did.
Dude, these like tree branch-esque arms and hands are like really creepy. I'm not gonna lie. Like the things coming out of the water? That is kind of unnerving.
Looks like the god you mentioned doesn't exist after all. Well, let me share a story with you.
Okay, old man. Sharing his wisdom. Listen close.
Mortals who walk the paths are like sailors on a vast ocean, leaving behind a trail that creates countless ripples of possibilities. These ripples last longer than the fleeting lifetimes of humans. And for some, their presence leaves such a strong mark that it's reflected in the waves.
Like those shadows on the ocean.
Sin-thirsters, the obsessions of the Pathstriders. They emerge from the depths of IX, seeing themselves as masters of their own destiny, unknowingly repeating the actions of their past lives. They emerge from the nihility and head toward it, leading purposeless lives. However, these hollow phantoms, they were once my dear companions. A group of Galaxy Rangers.
Oh.
Were you watching over them?
Watching over them? No. I'm guiding them toward transcendence. It was a brutal war. A crusade that shook the universe. The universe witnessed the fall of Zulo, the Lord Ravager, but it came at a price. A price so hefty that only those who were there you'll remember. The unwavering determination of the Hunt followers persists even in death. So someone must guide these lost souls to their life beyond. They were heroes in their time, and they shouldn't be reduced to mere puppets of nihility.
That's deep.
As for me, I've suffered too many losses on that battlefield to advance any further. And that makes me the most fitting person to carry out this task.
Interesting. So that's part of the relevance of the nihility. Is guiding people back forward in their paths.
But you know, these sin thirsters, they're not who they used to be.
Does this seem pointless to you? Well, some tasks have to be done, even if they are pointless.
That's true.
I can help you.
For what?
For the meaning of the nihility. That's what I've been seeking.
I see. After all, this realm is off limits to ordinary souls, right? Thank you, stranger. I wish that you find what you seek.
Before we part ways, I have one more question. It is true that their actions and even their entire lives may seem pointless from our perspective. But if, and it's just an if this is what the departed ones expected, should we try to change it?
A good question, and a profound one. I don't know the answer. What I do know is that one day I too will pass away. I hope that when that day comes, someone will stand at my grave and place a bouquet of flowers.
Aww. That's just the end of that? Okay. Wow. That was so deep. That was like an old man's final words, almost, type scenario. Except he was like a defender of the nihility. That was really deep. About the meaning of life. And how even if you give up on grand adventure and like following something profound in your own life at some point, you know, like he said, I've suffered too much loss to continue forward. He still felt like the least that he could do as like a follower of the nihility is to guide those people back into their glory in their afterlife, instead of to just have them reduced to being nihilistic in the same way that he is. That's the interesting thing about nihilism. It's like you can recognize how it's better not to believe in it, even if you end up finding yourself in that position. I feel like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like how Boot Hill was talking about how people break their own rules. It's like one of those type of things, I feel like. But I also feel like they just have like the darkest kind of nihilism in some ways in here. Like, I think positive nihilism is awesome. It shouldn't be buffering. This is just I haven't clicked the forward button yet. Is stream buffering? Are we good?
When I appeared as a child,
I think
my
we're okay.
speech, mindset, and soul reflected immaturity and innocence.
We're good? Okay. Perfect.
As I grew into adulthood, I left behind my childlike side.
Sent it for fun. Okay. A lot of the time when people send that emoji, usually it's because the stream is buffering, so I got spooked. Alright, sorry. We have some other profound scene with Sunday now that I gotta focus on. As I grew into adulthood, I left behind my childlike side. Yeah, that fits what I've seen out of him so far.
I humbly request your blessings, esteemed advocate of Shipe.
Oh, he's the advocate of Xipe. Interesting.
Come to me, my kinship. I have sought their presence with us.
As you wish. I have faithfully served the Alfalfa family for nearly a decade, promoting the path of the harmony to the best of my ability. However, I made a mistake yesterday. While I was preparing dinner for the family head, I accidentally dropped a prepared dish on the floor.
Oh, that's so lame, bro. You're gonna come to the confessional booth and that's what you have to confess? Man, you dropped a plate. You're fine.
Out of laziness, I lied and claimed that everything was ready. Although the head has dismissed me as punishment, it has been tough to sleep with the guilt still gnawing at me, as I worried that the seeds of evilness might have taken root in my soul.
Evilness.
So, I confess to you now to seek atonement for my sins.
You dropped a plate and you wanted them to not worry about it, so you lied and just said that everything was done. It's not that big of a deal, bro.
Do you sincerely repent and vow to change your ways?
At least he's very serious about it. He's
Yes.
Have you examined your soul and confessed all your sins?
Yes.
Are you willing to accept the process of atonement?
Yes.
Very well. Show your dedication and goodwill to the family, and you shall be reinstated among them. Now, please, leave in peace.
Can I get an amen for Brother Sunday? Amen.
Oh, praise Xipe. And thank you, esteemed advocate.
Next, please step forward.
Oh, there's more confessionals.
I wholeheartedly confess to you. Please, pardon my sins.
Rest assured, I have implored their presence to be with us. As long as you are sincere, absolution will be granted.
Oh, great. You know, I arrived in Penacony as a stowaway. I sold everything to get a ticket.
Yo!
My house, my land, and my 2 children.
This guy sold his children! Now that's a real confessional, but like, fuck, man, that's whiplash. Oh my god. The last guy is sitting here like, oh, I dropped a plate and I lied. And then the next guy comes in and he's like, I sold everything. My house, my land, my kids. What? Like, what? The house and the land. Okay. Your property, questionable, but that's not a sin. That's fine. But like, what? Dude, what do you mean you sold your 2 children? What?
I see.
That's psycho.
Go on.
My children were starving, and I hoped they'd have a chance at survival if they became slaves here.
Oh man.
If I can strike it rich here,
Oh
I'll lift them out
no.
of that situation and give them the life they deserve.
Oh, that's messed up. That is messed up, dude. That's not a good solution. That's he really said, like, if they're slaves and I make it rich, I can get them back out. Surely there was a better route. If you were gonna go to Penacony, surely you could have just gone somewhere cheaper than wherever you were after you sold everything. Unless you were already in like the most poverty-stricken part of the galaxy or something. I don't know. Acquainted with this cutscene specifically? I mean, I'm invested right now. Like, what? How are we gonna go in the confessionals from a guy that thinks his life is over because he dropped a plate to somebody who sold his children as slaves. Like, dude, what is that? That's so messed up. This guy actually has the 99% of gamblers quit before they win big mentality. He really sold his children and said, if I can strike it rich here, I'll make it out. I'm like, dude, like, what? I can't, bro. I can't. Oh, it was okay. You were researching this part relative to the song. I have to tell you, I'm so excited to finish this story so I can go back and like fully appreciate Liberame. I'm like really excited to like go back after I finish everything and like re-listen to it with context because I feel like it's gonna be super cool. But like, man, Penacony just is so like deep. I feel like I have so long to go, and people are telling me I'm not even like at 3.0 after this because I haven't done the continuation for Yorilo 6 or the Cien Show Laofu. Although I kind of remember the continuation a little bit from the Cien Show Laofu because I think I watched you stream it actually. Gonna love Amorpheus once you get there. Ooh! Oh, why does this game have to be so good but so long? Okay, let me continue.
But the Bloodhound family got wind of it. They're on my tail, hunting me down.
You sold your kids,
Like,
dude.
It was all my fault. All my fault.
It was your fault. That is the tough thing here, sir, is that you did make a very severe and continuous lapse in judgment.
The family is ready to forgive all sinners. I'll ask the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. You don't need to live in fear anymore.
I mean, he doesn't, like, you can't undo what you've done particularly. Like, if the family's probably in a position to just give this guy enough money that he can, like, get his kids off of the market. Like, I hope that's what they really should be doing here.
Oh, thank
No
you.
problem, Rita. Thanks for dropping by. Enjoy food.
I'll work my hardest to redeem my children and make them part of the family. Praise the harmony.
Don't let this opportunity slip through your hands. Amen. Goodbye, panicked dream chaser.
Next, please step forward.
Okay, we got more.
Hey, long time no see, Mr. Sunday. The most esteemed individual in Penacony, and the next leader of the Oak family, right?
I have sought their presence with us. Let us proceed.
He's just on the script. He just did not want to deal with any of that from the merchant.
Sure. Let's just get this over with. I have sinned. Please forgive me. I wasted half a pizza at breakfast and a bottle of Soul Black.
Unforgivable. Half a pizza? How do you waste half a pizza? Pizza's like the easiest food to have leftovers ever. You don't even have to put it in the fridge. Like, you're supposed to put it in the fridge, okay? You're gonna be more prone to foodborne illness if you don't. But, like, you're not gonna die, bro. You could leave it on the counter for all I care and just come back, like, literally at lunch, at dinner, and eat the rest? How do you waste that? Send him to hell. I'm kidding. Like, come on, bro. This is simultaneously the lightest sin of all time and the most unforgivable sin yet. Unbelievable.
That's it. Nothing more. Can we wrap this up? I've got a rope.
Why are you even here, bro?
Do you seek to atone for your sins through good deeds?
Is this better or worse than the second one then? Tough call. Very tough call.
My
Not sure.
sins? Starting to sound like a saint, huh? Well, let me tell you something. Neither the family nor you have the right to judge me. You think nobody knows what your precious family has done? About the watchmaker? Huh? Don't kid yourself, Featherbrain. Those dream chasers might be fooled by your act, but don't fool yourself.
Ooh, that's some shade.
Before you start spouting off your holy verses, answer me this. Where does the power of the Oak family come from? And your power? What makes you think you can sit there all high and mighty, looking down on everyone else? Well, I've spent enough time in confession today to enter the Harmony's paradise, right? Then I'll take my leave. Good luck with your election, and, don't make me regret my investments in you.
Damn. That must be kind of tough to hear. I mean, he's kind of right in some ways. He is right. Like, what privileges you to put yourself in this position? But also, Sunday is not really judging anyone. He's kind of just like, he might, maybe he is under the surface, but at the surface, he's just asking if they're going to use good deed to you know, absolve them of their sin, to atone, and then just forgiving. And I feel like that's the difference, right? Is he's not trying to come from a place of being higher and mighty to like make calls on people's lives. He's just trying to let people feel as though they can like let go and have a second chance for their mistakes. It's interesting. Ah, and that was the end of that. Oh.
Triple-faced soul, hear my doubts. Who can judge the strong when their power hides their crimes?
Yes, that is exactly what things are getting at. Is that Sunday is not perfect either, but he's sitting here as some like preacher of the harmony itself, of that which is holy. Sometimes fiction reflects reality.
Who can
This is one of those times.
When they will pay any price to survive. Who can comfort the purest souls when even they get led astray? If the strong defending the weak is truly the foundation of paradise, then who is responsible for the suffering and anguish in this wretched world?
That, wow, wait, that's a deep quote right there. If the strong defending the weak is like how everything operates, who's responsible for the suffering in the world? That's deep. That's true. Because it takes the people who are strong to make those mistakes to have more impact. That's deep.
Brother? Brother?
Oh, Robin.
Brother, are you alright?
Ah, okay. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes Sunday. He choked on his dream. I don't know. I ran out of wherever I was going with that. I don't know. Let's see.
Fine. I've been working long hours, and I just made a trip to Dreamflux Reef and back. So, I'm a bit out of sorts. But it'll all be over before we know it.
You've been working non-stop on the Charmony Festival, Mr. Sunday, and no one could have predicted this incident. Even if the Stellaron does pose a grave threat, I still feel sorry for all the trouble we've caused you.
Of course.
No need to worry about troubling anyone. The Charmony Festival was meant to spread joy and harmony across the cosmos. But now that we know the truth, I'm afraid we'll have to cancel it.
Oh, they're gonna cancel the Charmony Festival? I was not expecting that.
It has always been our wish to make everyone happy, so we'll do our best to explain everything to the Dream Master. I'm sure he'll understand.
Of course.
Even if the negotiation does not go smoothly, I'll refuse to go on stage. Without the Chord Master, the Harmonious Choir would not arrive, and the Charmony Festival would be just a grand performance, and nothing more.
I'm relieved to see your determination. You know, Since arriving in Penacony, we haven't had any contact with this Dream Master himself.
I was thinking that too.
I'd heard of the heads of the 5 major lineages, but the Dream Master is a mystery to me.
The Dream Master rarely grants an audience, even for us. But, given the urgency of the situation, he's agreed to meet us in person.
Perhaps you'll be the first guest to meet the Dream Master in years, Mr. Yang.
Oh, that's pretty tight. Mr. Yang deserves it. Shout out Mr. Yang.
Let's hope we can reach a consensus that satisfies everyone.
Let me go in so that I can talk about my galactic baseball bat.
Indeed.
They always give me a text option for that. I'm sure they would let me do it.
We'll have to get ready for the meeting. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by the urgency.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting here.
It's Mr. Sunday! Hey, come over here!
What's up?
Mr. Sunday. Hey there! Okay, see the moon in the sky? It's about the size of the cap on my Soul Glad bottle.
Mm-hmm.
If I just reached out my hand, I could grab the moon, couldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
The moon? You mean the Grand Theater?
Yeah. Look at me.
The heck?
I've been away from home for too long. I must be missing that moon. But it's no big deal. The Grand Theater here looks much better than the moon back home. It's just magnificent. They told me not to sell everything I had just to come to Penacony. How short-sighted.
Okay. As convenient as the sequencing of events is here, this guy is not the same voice as the guy who sold his kids, okay? He probably didn't sell everything with... He probably didn't have enough that was as messed up.
Selling everything you had? Why would you go to such lengths?
Why? Can't you see? Life back home is miserable. It's not really living at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's better to be here at Penacony. No pain, no worries about tomorrow, just sweet dreams. You can do whatever you want. That's what I call living. Yeah, now this is the life.
For a while it will be.
Is this truly living?
Robin is aware. See, he's not aware yet. He'll spend a decent chunk of his life just getting hammered off the Soul Glad and kicking it. And then eventually he'll be like, damn, there's nothing to this. Like, you know, it's boring. And then he'll have to find some other kind of meaning.
Huh? What did you say, young lady? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. You see, the traffic on Glocks Avenue can be dangerous. How about I ask a Bloodhound family member to escort you to Ideen Park over there, so you can continue enjoying your sweet dream?
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Wow, no wonder.
Sunday is
you're
such an
the
older
leader
brother.
Of this sweet dream. You're totally a lifesaver. See you around, Mr. Sunday, and it was nice chatting with you.
Bye-bye.
What's up, sister?
This is the land of the dreams. But why do they live like this? The man we ran into, he doesn't seem happy at all. Even though sweet dreams are nice, they're just illusions. But for him, they're the only way to survive, even if it means giving up on reality.
Yep.
That's not really living at all.
Nope, it's not.
I suppose you have a point. But, in my opinion, that's how most people live their lives.
True.
Why do you say that?
You think that man is not actually living, but that's not quite accurate. Even without Penacony, people create their own illusions called self-value.
Okay.
People believe they have a predetermined value to fulfill. Gaining value means gaining power.
Yup.
And those deemed worthless are seen as the weak.
Yeah, That's true.
However, value doesn't come out of thin air, and there's a limit to it. To accumulate value, people have to take from others. So, the weak get exploited and oppressed.
Correct. This is all true.
Are you suggesting that this is not how things should be?
Yes, but I don't know if there's much of a alternative.
Exactly. But, ironically, people don't think there's anything wrong with it, because they uphold the illusory notion of self-value, and even the weak believe in it.
It's just unreasonable. Like, you kind of have to accept it as somebody who's weak, or like the problem that they have, the like Sunday has the positioning in his life here that he can afford to like challenge this idea about how it's stupid that people don't realize that anything is wrong with it, and you know, the weak believe in the fact of this too. But at the end of the day, when you're like on the bottom and the people on the top have worked their way to get up there, what makes you think that they will be willing to step down to a point where everybody is equal and give up so much of everything that they worked up to there for? They're not going to do that. And like they said, you don't have much to push back with. Unless something drastic enough happens that you have a huge amount of people who are on the bottom level, which is a revolution. Unless that happens, you can't push back. You kind of don't have a choice but to believe in the system of self-value and just full send it to try and get somewhere in that system from the bottom. You know what I mean? Like, the only way is up when you're on the bottom. So, whatever it takes, just try to go somewhere. You know what I mean? That's what life is. And if you don't make it anywhere, you gotta do what you can to delude yourself that you're enjoying the bottom, or to actually enjoy the bottom. That's hard to do. It's a lot easier to use escapism to try and get away from the fact that you're still on the bottom. It's difficult. It's very difficult. There's a lot of layers to this kind of stuff.
Survival of the fittest.
Yes, survival of the fittest.
That's where
precisely
all the tragedies in the world come from.
Yep.
People come to the sweet dream in Penacony to escape from that reality and find solace.
Yep. And at some point, you kind of, like, if you get too accustomed to this, you can be like, well, there's no point in anything here because there's no stake. Like, there's nothing, like, nothing can ever go wrong. But it's like, what characterizes life is the ups and downs, the waves to it all, you know, the juxtaposition of it's so over and we're so back. That is life. That is the meaning. So if you have a straight line all the way across the highs, if you are in a permanent state up there, it's great on paper, but your life is boring. It's meaningless because there's no experience. There's no context to anything. It's like how if you're born into wealth, $1 million might not mean hardly anything to you. But if you make it to being a millionaire, even from a middle class standpoint, $1 million could be everything to you. Context is life. And that's why this kind of life kind of sucks. Despite the fact that it's designed to be the greatest possible experience ever. It's tricky.
No tragedies exist here. Only happiness. Although in its nascent form.
What is nascent? I don't know that word.
Isn't that the same paradise we yearn for in our dreams?
Nascent. Just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. So like in like a very like premature form of happiness, I guess. Yeah, it's like kind of fake. It's like not true happiness where it's like built off of something. It's more so just like like cheap happiness, like a hit of dopamine, kinda.
Perhaps that man is just an exception. Let's not jump to conclusions. We should experience the dreamscape ourselves. Just as I did at Dreamflux Reef.
I'm gonna be disappointed to know that that man is in fact the norm there, Robin.
Yes. Seeing is believing. I'll accompany you. The Dream Master hasn't shown up yet, so we have some time for a stroll.
Indeed. Let's see, let me try not to get hit by a car here. Cheerful guest.
Glad to meet you again, Robin. How are the preparations for the Charmony Festival coming along? We're all so excited about it.
Uh-oh. Well.
It's going smoothly. Thanks for making the trip to join the festival.
You're too kind, Robin. It's a pleasure to have guests from all over the universe celebrating day and night. I can't stand being lonely or bored, so this jubilant dreamscape is perfect for me.
But if this went on forever, would it get boring too?
Nah, not at all. Who would get tired of having so much fun?
You say that.
Every day, you get to wear fancy clothes, explore all sorts of dream bubbles, indulge in delicious food without gaining weight, and you never get old or sick. As long as you can afford a room, this place is the ultimate paradise.
I guess the interesting thing about this, from a philosophical standpoint, is you're not born into Penacony, right? So, like, imagine that you actually got to live this for a moment. There was a place that you could check in, like a hotel that you could check into. You earn enough money to go here, and you get to buy anything you want in this, like, alternative universe. You get to buy anything you want. You can, like, look at other people's, like, stories through dream bubbles, so you still have entertainment like that. You can eat any food without gaining weight. Like, if you wanted to, like, in my case, I love pizza. I could eat pizza every meal if I wanted to. That would be so fire. You never get old or sick. It's really kind of sweet in a lot of ways. But, like, I can't help but imagine it like this. You ever, like, eat at a restaurant and you're like, wow, this food is really good. But what if you're, like, out on, like, a trip or something and you eat at a restaurant a couple times in a row, a few times in a row? And you start thinking, man, this food is really rich. You know, it's, like, so much, like, salt and sugar and fat, and that first bite is perfect. And that first meal, very satiating. After a while, it's like sickeningly so. It's like you almost want to eat something plain. You want to take a step back down. I feel like that's exactly what kind of thing that this is. You know what I mean? It's like this would be the coolest, like, day, week, maybe even a month. But if you ended up in a position where you stayed here for months, or, like, God forbid, like, years of your life, it would be so disorienting. And it would be infinitely more disorienting if/when you had to get back out of the dream universe and go back to reality. It's interesting, honestly. It's a very interesting concept.
But you know that only a few things can be brought back from the dreamscape to reality, right?
That's exactly why I don't plan on bringing anything back. Just enjoying the dream itself is good enough for me. I mean, I'm not one of those long-living species. I only have around 60 or 70 years in this lifetime, and there's so much to worry about. Being happy here is pure bliss.
Yeah, I mean, I think that depending on how long she's planning to stay here, that's healthy, right? Like, you go in and it's like, I don't plan to take anything back. I'm just gonna live it up for however long I'm in here, and it's going to be a crazy experience, and then I'm going to go back, and that's an adventure that you were on, a story to tell, like a thing to strive for. In some ways, it could be pretty sick, right? Because if you experience all of this like really luxurious life and you go back to a regular life, that is motivation for what you want to get back to, and also eye-opening for what is not worth the chase. Like, do those nice clothes really matter to you? Does the like fancy food really matter to you? Like, what parts of it are actually worth your motivation and your investment? It's interesting. There's a lot of I don't delve into like philosophy that often, but I do find it very interesting. There's a lot of really interesting things conceptually about this area in the game. It's cool.
Only in this sweet dream can I truly feel like I'm in control of my life and fate.
Okay, well that I disagree with.
Reality after experiencing this bliss.
That I disagree with. I mean, I guess actually there's some merit to that. The problem is you can't really control your life, but also you can sort of control your life. Like, you know, you can do everything within your control and have it be anything that you manage to do out of your own effort in real life is given meaning. Like in here there's no adversity, so it doesn't really mean anything.
I see. I genuinely wish you all the happiness in the world.
And I wish you a fantastic performance, Robin. I'm off to the Blue Hour for the ball. See you later.
I mean, she's having fun. I don't think there's anything wrong with what she's up to.
Seems like that guest's perspective didn't resonate with you either.
That's because Robin actually became a talented singer. She had to like work and earn results in some ways. I don't think that her perspective is totally average because she's part of a royal family now. I don't know if they came up as royalty. I don't think they did, but I can't remember. But like, regardless, I think that this is something that not everybody can relate to.
She had a valid point. I could sense her genuine happiness.
Exactly. She did seem genuinely happy.
What you're trying to say is, she thinks she's in control of her life. But in reality, she's just escaping from reality and seeking solace in this sweet dream.
Yup.
Once she steps out of this sanctuary, everything will be lost.
Exactly.
Well, she did make mention of being able to afford a room, didn't she?
Well, she's aware in some ways then.
However, the paradise in our dreams, it doesn't have to end.
No. And the paradise we yearn for shouldn't be just a fleeting dream either.
Got more people. I got 2 rusty gears. Let's go. Also, hello, TND. I know it was a while ago, but I hope you're doing well.
The scenery in this dreamscape is truly breathtaking, isn't it?
Oh, we got an old guy this time.
Robin, can't believe I'm meeting you in person here. What an honor. You're right. Even though time stands still in this dreamscape, it always feels fresh. I find something new every time.
A philosophical mind. I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all. No. With little time left, I yearn for meaningful conversations, especially with someone as esteemed as you. Do you mind if we chat?
It's my pleasure. No need to be formal. Just speak your mind. You said, with little time left. Please, forgive me for being blunt. But is that why you came to Penacony?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah. I was part of a war, and while escaping from the Sarkosian mothership, I got exposed to some radioactive materials.
Damn, does this guy have cancer?
And then, all my comrades died, and my hometown was wiped out by neutron bombardments.
Worse! God damn!
I couldn't bear to live with everything I knew gone. That's when I heard about a possible solution here, so I came.
That's brutal. Oh my god. This guy must have some insane PTSD. Everybody who he was at war with died, and his hometown was bombed. I mean, this is the common link though, right? If you look at the common link between all the people that are coming here, in some cases it might just be perceived this way by the person instead of actually this way, but like, these people kind of have nothing. You know what I mean? They really don't have any sort of sense of community or fulfillment in their lives that they have like a level of stability or contentment with. And so because they don't feel like they have anything to lose, they just do whatever they got to do to get into here and just kind of, at least they can live like they have that kind of value and meaning that they've built up, even when they don't. Even if it's just like an illusion and they know it's an illusion, it's still like enough that they can suspend their disbelief and feel alive in that moment instead of the like depressing life that they're in.
How heart-wrenching.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the family has been able to help you.
They have, and I'm truly grateful for that. They provided me with a comfortable room, the most advanced life support devices in the cosmos, and a stellar team of caregivers. My physical body is now in the dream pool, sustained by life support. The me you see here is whole, rational, and no different from any other person. But I can't say the same for the me in the hotel room.
Wow, now that's deep. This guy might even be in like a coma or something, effectively. In this case, like, this is excellent for him. It's giving him life that he wouldn't have otherwise.
A true appearance. No. I hope you never have to witness it, Robin.
Of course.
So, you'll be living forever in this dreamscape, right?
Just being able to live at all is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's in this dreamscape or not, well, I don't really have much say in the matter. My world has been torn apart, and my life could end any second. So, even if this whole place is an illusion, it's still my paradise, and I'll treasure every moment I spend here.
That's so sweet.
Now I envy those everlasting things.
That old man's story. It's so tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, this sweet dream gives him joyful memories to hold on to for the rest of his life.
That's precisely why this sweet dream in Penacony exists.
Yeah.
However, even this sweet dream has its limitations. While it provides solace to the disillusioned, it can't completely eliminate pain in reality.
Of course.
There will be a way out. Penacony is already on the right track.
Oh? Meet the other Robin. What, this is Sparkle?
Look what we have here. A lovely young lady.
Now this must be the trippiest thing of all.
Is that me?
Yeah, sort of.
Brother, what a surprise to see you again.
Show yourself. Your trick won't work on us.
I've heard that a skilled mass fool received an invitation too. That must be you, right? Did you enjoy yourself?
Barely. The people here are way too gullible. A little bait is all it takes for them to bite. And they run away at the slightest hint of danger. In other words, They're naive and cowardly.
I mean, they're conditioned to be that way. Nothing is supposed to ever go wrong here.
Now that you've had your fill, it'd be wise to leave before it's too late. The music of the harmony doesn't tolerate discord.
What? Now that you have the real Robin, I'm useless? Oh, how disheartening. I've done so much for the family. You should be thanking me, because if it weren't for me cleaning up this mess, Penacony would still be in shambles. Don't you think?
That was a personal request from the head of the Iris family, and it has nothing to do with us. Step aside and stop causing trouble for the Charmony Festival.
The Charmony Festival? You think you can scare me? You think I have no idea what you're planning? I don't care what you're thinking, Chicken Wing Boy.
Chicken Wing Boy?
But I'm pretty sure
Whoa!
Robin won't be appearing on stage.
That's a low blow.
You're well aware of what a sorry state this dreamscape is in under the banner of harmony. Penacony, the land of the dreams. Is this truly the paradise you desire?
Stop it.
What's the rush, Chicken Wing Boy?
Why does she keep calling him Chicken Wing Boy?
Our paradise is none of your concern, Masked Fool. Leave now, or the family won't tolerate you anymore.
All right. I'll go. But Robin, I suggest you seriously consider this. Do you really believe those living in dreams can escape pain and find true happiness?
No, she doesn't believe that.
Well, I've done my part. And now I'm simply waiting for the fireworks to begin. Here, the last 2 gifts for both of you. And don't lose them. If by some unfortunate chance the Charmony Festival starts against all odds, remember to use them during the show. And it'll be thrilling. Bang!
I heard a raven cawing in the distance.
She even gave
It seems the Dream Master
Sunday
will
and
arrive
Robin the like buttons? What are these buttons for, bro? What is she plotting? 2 Robins, I must be in heaven. That would be a pretty heavenly sight, I can't lie.
Let's wait here for the Dream Master to arrive.
Okay. By the way, brother, I heard you no longer have a sweet tooth. Back when we were kids, you used to steal my desserts. Seems like a lot has changed during my absence. What exactly happened?
Well, someone has to stay awake even in this sweet dream.
Ah.
But that someone doesn't have to be you, or anyone in particular. You're carrying too much on your shoulders, brother. The paradise in our dreams. It shouldn't be like this.
That's true, it's not really a paradise if you have to sacrifice for it like that.
Penacony is nothing more than a dream. It can't erase the worries and pain of reality, or bring true happiness. It only offers an escape from reality. Nothing more.
Yep.
Remember the old man we met earlier? Without this dream, he might have completely lost himself.
The tragic thing is, he is by and far a huge minority. For most people, this is a really dangerous form of escapism. For him, he literally has nothing left in his life, so it's perfect.
That might be true, but even without Penacony, he could have chosen another path. As far as I know, the Intelligentsia Guild has been promoting their rehabilitation techniques for a long time now.
Maybe rehabilitation might have been possible.
That path may have been more ordinary and challenging, but now he's in a comatose state, and the sweet dream has become sort of end-of-life care.
That's true.
His fate is sealed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He didn't explicitly say that he had like something like a cancer or something that, you know, obviously you can't rehabilitate that. If his condition was rehabilitatable, you could have argued that it could have been better, even if it was the harder choice.
Is Penacony granting these people a future? Or is it taking it away from them?
in a lot of ways, I would say it probably is taking their future away from them. But in a healthy dose, it can also be a great bringer of perspective on what kind of future it is that you really want, right? I mean, now that being said, whether that's a danger that is worth putting out there or not is up for debate, but...
Well, don't forget this. Not everyone really has a future.
Yeah, that's the argument, but also... Maybe it's stupid. Maybe this is human naivety. But you only don't have a future because you accept that. Technically, like, if you push forward at anything, you could have a future. Whether it'll be prosperous is to be seen. But there's always a future if you move forward. There's only no future if you decide to stop. If you decide to no longer move forward. If you choose to give in.
The future for humanity is like the sky for birds. People mistakenly believe that flight is inherent to birds because they've never witnessed those birds crashing to their death.
Until you've, like... There's like a layer deeper than Sunday is going, though, where even once you know that those birds will crash to their death flying, at some point, like, what is a bird's nature if not to fly? Such is life. Sometimes you just have to send it. You can't just idly live forever just because there's risk or danger. Like, that is to go against your nature in living. It's not to say that you should be reckless, but you gotta be a little reckless. You gotta live a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't... Like, what? You would rather... Like, I would rather take a 50-50 to be a bird in the wild where I get to fly free or die trying than a 100% to be a bird in a cage and never get anywhere. Because if you die, you're dead. You don't have to there's nothing to struggle with. It's over. But if you succeed, or if you fail but you can try again, then there's always something ahead. There's always, like, a forward path. There's always, like, a growth. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how we took in that little Charmony dove when
Ah,
we were young?
they're about to talk about the parallel anyway.
Yeah, we took care of it. Provided food and water, groomed its feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And later, when I decided to leave Penacony, I opened the cage and set it free.
Mm.
Well, I didn't mention what happened to it in my letters because I didn't want to upset you.
It probably died because it wasn't brought up to go out in the wild. You domesticated that bird and then sent them out into the wild.
Shortly after you left, it crashed to its death right in front of your window.
Hmm.
I had surmised as much. I knew you wouldn't have avoided mentioning the bird for no reason. Despite that unfortunate outcome, I still believe it was the right decision.
I agree.
Birds aren't meant to spend their lives in cages. They belong in the sky, even if they can't fly.
I agree.
But here's the thing. If there are birds in this world that can never fly, can we really assert that they belong in the sky?
Well, that's interesting, I suppose. Like, if you're born a penguin, you never will fly. Would a penguin want to fly, even if they can't? I think that the issue here is that we've, like, arbitrarily grouped birds into saying birds belong in the sky and then looking at the fringe case, I don't think that penguins are necessarily sitting there and being like, damn, bro, we're the only birds that can't fly. Okay, not the only, but like we're one of the only birds that can't fly. Like, this is so unfair. Like, my life is ruined. I just want to fly, but I can't fly. I just have to waddle on this ice and shit for my whole life. This sucked. Like, I don't think that penguins live their life in that context. I think that they have a set of values based on their nature of how penguins have been living for as long as they've been around. It's like, what's like one of the most similar mammals to humans? Like, I don't know. Maybe in terms of like intellect, there's a big gap, but like, I don't look at a chimpanzee and be like, man, I don't have like the strength of a chimpanzee. I can't live in the trees. Humans belong in the tree. Like, I don't think that. Or like, I was thinking of dolphins, right? Like, I can't live in the water or something like that. But like, who's to say that if you flip it, because we're the smarter ones, quote unquote, that the like monkeys would wish that they could be walking around working their 9 to 5 and driving cars, and you know, or that the dolphins could come and walk around on the land. Like, I don't think they contextualize it based on being birds or mammals or whatever. They contextualize it based on the nature of their species, their like community, that like whatever they were brought up in. You know what I mean? You only end up in a scenario where something like this might happen when you take a penguin and you stick it in a group of birds that are all flying, and the penguin is the only one left stuck on the ground. That is where you have an argument. And to be fair, this scenario does exist in real life. It's like if you're disabled and you can't walk, and you're surrounded by other humans that can walk and play sports and go wherever they want, and you're bound to like a wheelchair or something like that. That is the darker part of this argument, is that in the case of actually drawing this parallel to humans, it's not as black and white as it is with like, you know, over generalizing to all birds or whatever. You know what I mean? It is tricky, but I still think that if that is their nature, like who are you to stop them? You know what I mean? If you're gonna be so like nihilistic to believe that like they're not gonna be able to achieve whatever, then who are you to decide that that matters and stop them from trying? You know what I mean? I think that's part of it.
Are you implying that the same goes for humans too?
Yes, that is the conversation at hand.
Let's take the Astral Express as an example. The Nameless made tremendous efforts to bridge worlds, gaining fame across the universe.
Of course.
However, only a few extraordinary individuals can endure such a perilous journey.
It's true.
That's because the pursuit of the Trailblaze exceeds the capabilities of ordinary humans. Otherwise, why would this path be filled with broken rails, an abandoned express, and even a fallen eon?
Yeah, that's true.
That's just sophistry. If that were true, then only the powerful would have the right to determine the future.
He believes that, though.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. Another name for the future is self-value. While this world has its fair share of heroes who inspire people and garner admiration for their heroic deeds, the majority of ordinary people will never become heroes in their lifetime.
Yeah, but any ordinary person can try. And even if they don't succeed, there is a ripple off of their actions that can impact lives, or even just their own life. It's like saying, the problem that I have with Sunday's like stance in general is just that it's too results oriented. It's like you either are on the top and you dictate everything, or you're not, and nothing matters. And it's like that, it's not that black and white. There's levels to everything. Every little decision, every little action makes a small difference. The future is controlled by many. It might be more strongly controlled by the powerful, but it's not exclusively controlled by the powerful.
Some are born weak and vulnerable. Some find themselves trapped in unfortunate circumstances. Some fall victim to malice and cowardice. When it comes to survival, everyone is equal. And the weak can only watch as their value gets constantly diminished by external forces.
But it's still in their nature to fight.
That's why we should care for the weak and support them as if their suffering were our own. That's what the Odes of Harmony have always taught us.
While the Harmony holds noble aspirations, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Even in this carefree dream. Human nature contains greatness, but it also harbors inherent weaknesses that can't be eradicated. In the end, if people can't even secure their own survival, they won't care about the illusory future of equality. As long as the law of survival of the fittest prevails, there will always be fledglings crashing to their death.
But if people don't live for the future, do they merely exist for survival? If even you, my brother, don't believe that the Harmony will save the weak, then which eon can make our dreams come true?
That's what I'm saying. Is that if you feel like things are meaningless for these people because they're disadvantaged, then like, what are they supposed to do in that scenario? Things are a lot more meaningless if you're disadvantaged and you just give up. Like, well, that just sucks. And then your life is just garbage. Like, there's nothing to look forward to anymore. That's just trash, no matter how you frame it. Like, if you don't believe in saving the weak, that's fine. That's realistic. But like, at the same time, like, who are you to decide that what? They just like, everybody's just gonna play to survive whatever hand they're dealt, and the people at the bottom are just gonna be depressed because it's like, well, I guess I'm losing here. Like, you know, like, that sucks. And I'm saying this as somebody who's many pegs down on this list, okay? I think this like whole conversation, it resonates deep with me because, like, look, I didn't come up from the worst circumstances, okay? You know, I have a loving parent. I'm not, like, in poverty. That's pretty good. But also, I have a lot of disadvantages in my life, too. You know what I mean? I grew up with only one parent. I've gone through, like, medically, like, diagnosable levels of depression, anxiety. I have ADHD. I probably have autism. Like, I can't, like, hold down a regular job without, like, seriously taxing my brain. You know, I couldn't finish school because it was, like, horribly difficult for me. Not in terms of, like, the material was too difficult. I just couldn't stand being there. Like, I constantly feel like I've been, like, dropped into a society that is built for everybody but me. Like, I've just, like, dropped in to this, like, game where it's like everything is rigged against you. All, like, the safe options that they put out there is, like, the exact stuff that makes me feel like I'm not even alive. Like a zombie, just, like, piloting through life. And so, like, I've been in both of these characters' positions. I've been on the side where it's like everything is meaningless and it sucks and I can't do anything. And then I've been on the side where, you know, after a while of that, it's like, well, this is no way to live my life. Like, I would rather just throw myself at something and see if it works, right? Like, and I truly believe that even the people who don't realize it, they don't feel like they resonate with it, at some point you probably will. Like, life is hard for everybody. This world is tough in a lot of ways, and you know, you'll experience adversity at some point in your life where you'll feel like things won't click, where a situation is not going to be fair. You know what I mean? Fighting through like the jungle of this world. You're sitting here like slashing through the vines and trying to make your way through, but like it's a lot nicer to try and do that than to just like, I don't know, sit under some random tree and wait to starve. Like that sucks. Who wants to do that? Who wants that to be your final moments? That's trash. That's why I really don't like the kind of like narrative that Sunday pushes throughout this scene, is because it's very dangerous to give yourself into this mindset. I think a lot of people in these like difficult circumstances, you'll find yourself in that like headspace just off of the fact that your circumstances are like unfair. You'll reach a point where you genuinely don't feel like you can do anything. You will literally hit a spot where you're like, there is nothing I can do in this life. You won't see a way out because you don't know. You can't know what you don't know, right? You will find yourself in a situation where you legit think that there's no road forward. There's nothing you can do. And it's because you lack information. All it takes is one moment, one opportunity, one experience to open your world to like a solution that you never even considered. And it doesn't even have to be a guarantee. Just going from everything has no possibility to there's a chance for something out there. That could be everything you need to come all the way back in and, you know, live your life with meaning again. And I think that that is the fundamental thing here, is that somebody who has never truly experienced something like that would think like, well, it's better to just cage the bird and let the bird live what it thinks is a nice life in this cage. It doesn't know what it's missing, type of thing. Instead of, you know, letting the bird out to fly, even if it might crash and die. Because at the end of the day, when they set that bird free, it still went to explore. Even if it died for it. Even if it lived its whole life domesticated in a cage where all it could do is sit around and, you know, be taken care of. If, you know, if it were to just kind of, if you were to extrapolate that, right? If you were to extrapolate that, well, the bird would find something like its cage, you know, maybe instead of like having a little like pedestal in the cage that it sits on, it'll like find a branch to chill at. And what, it's just going to sit there for the whole day? And there's no food, so he'll just sit there and then starve? Like, no. He's going to be in this new set of circumstances and be like, wow, there's no food here. And, you know, I'm not, like, at home anymore. Like, there's so much stuff around that I could fly to. And at some point, instead of just sitting on the branch, he's going to be like, well, I guess it's time to try and go catch some food. I guess it's time to go check out some of this like, land near me, see what's up. Because that's just the nature of life. Like, who wants to just sit there the whole time? You gotta get out there, you know? Anyway, I mean, I could just talk in circles about this forever because, I mean, I've thought in circles about it forever, but that's my stance. That's my stance. I'm sure something else in this story will rile me back onto it in a bit anyway. Yeah, exactly. I think that it's very noble to try and, like, foster that like, desire to like live like that and, you know, help the bird learn to fly, you know, teach somebody what they want to do instead of just, you know, the like dark reality of like, well, we can either leave you out there to die and not even, and, you know, you'll have a chance to figure it out, but you'll probably die, or you could just like chill in here and not really get to do anything for your life. You just be like a little decoration in my room. And that's your life. Like, but yeah, okay. Let's see. It's just good. Don't step off the gas, Robin. You can't let people like this deter you.
People often forget that when the first bird took flight, the entire world envisioned a future where no more fledglings would ever crash to their death.
Okay.
Are you reading, sister? What are you reading?
Oh, it's a story flashback.
Mr. Gopherwood gave me a picture book. It's about the story of the harmonic strings.
Hmm.
If I could become a chord master, I'd like to summon Dominicus, the harmonious choir. I want to sing with everyone and spread our wishes so that all can feel happiness and joy.
I see. Then I would summon the harmonious choir too.
Don't you have a wish of your own, brother?
Of course I do. It's just that it includes your wish and everyone else's. I long for a true paradise where everyone can find peace.
Then let's build a stage there and invite everyone to our performance so that both our wishes come true through the power of the harmonious choir.
Must be difficult for him. His dream was creating this paradise for everyone, and now it's not actually as much of a paradise as he thought it was.
It's a deal then.
Yeah, it's a deal. But how can I become a chord master?
Maybe you will have to become a star first.
I mean, she did. Robin did it.
You're back sooner than I thought. Any results?
And just like that, just taken away from that side of the story again. Hello, Gallagher.
Yes. And now, it's up to us to forge ahead.
Since his last will has now been conveyed, my final mission is complete. But pardon me if I sound curt. It's good to have determination. The path Mikhail left for you is not an easy one to tread.
Okay.
Why else would he have chosen to sleep in solitude, staking everything on some nameless in the future? But you have the numbers, and in numbers comes strength. So that might just delay your inevitable a little more.
Right.
Got any more encouraging words?
As I see it, relying on Welt's negotiations alone is far from enough. Regardless of whether the other party will be compliant, negotiating simply allows us to meet them as equals and won't grant us an upper hand.
Right. Are we also gonna join in the negotiations?
Penacony is our rival's home turf, and we already have very few chips left to play with. Rather than idly sit around while the family's got us blocked off, an offensive approach might be a wiser course of action.
Very reasonable assessment.
We're more familiar with the Stellaron's properties than most. And since it's the key to stabilizing the sweet dream, it's vital to the family's interests. By attacking their core interests, they're bound to retaliate hastily. And as the saying goes, haste makes waste.
Very true, assuming they're not anticipating you attacking the Stellaron first, because then they would just be ready for your attack, and then they would probably be more prepared in that scenario. But unimportant. I don't know if we have a better alternative anyway.
That's right. As long as we pose a threat to the Stellaron, either with words or otherwise, we have a chance at gaining the upper hand. But the problem is, on the eve of the Charmony Festival opening, how exactly are we going to get close to the theater? Family security will be airtight, and if we brute force it, even if we succeed, it's too risky.
Kind of true. So go now.
So, no one's gonna say anything?
Oh, March?
Then I'll raise my hand. I know the answer to this question.
Okay, March, what's up? I never doubted you. What's up?
The Express crew would have been disbanded long ago if it weren't for me.
I know.
So, I heard that before the Charmony Festival begins, there'll be a pageant to kick off the festival. It's called the Soul Glad TM Festivity Auditions.
Okay.
Or something. And it's going to be held in the moment of Scorch Sand.
Okay.
As long as we clinch the top spot, we'll be able to attain the title of Festive Superstar. and be able to personally bask in the graces of Miss Robin. Not that that's important. What's crucial is that we can enter the Grand Theater before the audience arrives.
So you're saying that instead of breaking in, we earn our way in. Not, not as crooks, but as, like, models. That's kind of fire.
So, how do we go about participating in these festivity auditions?
I think Firefly would win. I can't imagine anything more beautiful. I'm sorry. I haven't gotten to make a cheesy line about Firefly in a long time.
But now it looks like even if I scrape through, I probably still won't have the chance to shake Miss Robin's hand.
So they're still running this thing, huh? It was originally just a publicity stunt, set up by Mikhail to drum up attention. But it looks like it might be worth a shot.
Okay.
We'll follow Marge's plan. Mr. Gallagher, will you be joining us?
I'm afraid I won't have the time. As a virtual character, I've already completed my final mission. Whether Penacony can awaken from this dream is all down to you.
Should we ever cross paths again? I'd love for you to visit the Express.
All right. I'll have to add to that data bank of yours you've got on the Express.
And Miss Firefly, we thank you for all your support. We're faced with a formidable enemy. As long as the Astral Express and Stellaron Hunter's objectives are aligned, we're willing to cooperate with you.
Yippee! We've already come this far together. I'd like to join you for the rest of your journey on Penacony. I'm pleased that we can finally fight shoulder to shoulder.
Yay! I'm glad.
This is also the spirit of the Trailblaze. Now, everyone, let's prepare to move out.
Yeah. Anything for that handshake. Okay.
If you have ambition, dreams, and the drive, dear friend, the next superstar of Penacony's Charmony Festival could be you.
Let me pull out my galactic base bet. I'ma wow them all.
Wow, they've really outdone themselves. Oh, I'm starting to get excited.
Where's the other people though? Yo, this music is bomb though. Like, hello? Dude, this shit is fire. Ooh. Wait, this is clean. This drop is nasty. I'm just vibing. That was a sick drop. Oh my god. Reminds me of like Virtual Riot or like something like that. Something like the big EDM artist you'd hear like 10 years ago.
Is he talking about us?
Yes, you. There's no doubt about it. I see you have all the potential of a superstar in you.
Excuse me, you four. What are you hoping to get out of all this?
As the last group of contestants, how confident are you in overcoming all of the challenges?
I've never lost in my entire life.
Would you be open to a brief exclusive interview with us? It'll be quick.
Your journey is long and fraught with peril, yet under a sky blanketed by banners, you vie for the crown.
The sword and rose! Protect the beauty! The beauty, the beauty! Magnificent and majestic!
A knight's head is hard as steel. Brother Lance Focus is stubborn as a heel. We don't all have to be winners, but if we don't have fun, we'd all be sinners.
People are pouring in. Kinda feels like all sorts of baddies are showing up.
All sorts of baddies, yeah.
And enter the competition.
Bro, that last guy right there, baddie for real.
Make way. Make way. Coming towards us now is one of Penacony's top 10 wealthiest tycoons and the soul-glad business empire's founder, Mr. ID.
Mr. ID. What's
Allow
up?
me to introduce myself. I'm the director of Soul Glad's factory. Haideen Lena. My four friends,
You?
introduce yourselves to the audience across the cosmos.
I think he just has the same model as the other dude. Because he doesn't sound like the other old guy, but he looks the exact same.
Hello, everybody. I'm Himiko, a nameless
Look at that
from the
posture,
Astral
bro.
Express, and these are my companions.
He might be old, but he's still got that perfect gamer posture. Look at that A1 hunch, bro. Flawless form. Must be at least 45 degrees between the back of his back and the angle that his neck gets to.
Excited anyways. Penacony is plastered with our posters. And because the Astral Express is so well known, the family won't dare to make any rash moves.
True? Hello, everyone. I'm the Galactic Baseballer, and she's Say Cheese.
Don't expose my net handle to everyone.
Wait. Oh, snap. Wait. Oh, that's like her handle is Say Cheese? That's so cute. That is so in character for March. Oh my god. That is so in character for you.
Hello, everyone. I'm March 7th. I'm an ordinary girl who loves adventures.
Yeah. True.
Hello, everyone. I'm Firefly. I am also an ordinary girl who enjoys adventures.
Yeah, that's my goat.
So it's a bunch of nameless guests. This final face-off is bound to be spectacular. Time is precious. My four friends, come with me.
Bro, I'm vibing to this song. My god. That melody didn't quite fit, but you know what? I like the energy. Bro, look, even the TVs are headbanging. They know how fire this song is. All right. Let me cook.
This place is buzzing.
That's right. This venue is a miniature representation
Oh,
of that
bird.
time known as the era filled with boundless possibility.
All right.
Nameless, your arrival reminds me of the grand occasion when Penacony was first established. I was still a young, bright-eyed lad back then, lured here by the watchmaker's ads, full of zeal and ready to make my first fortune in life.
Okay.
Once, during a particularly grueling day, I passed out and was resuscitated by a drink from Mr. Sousa. That sweet taste has since been etched in my mind, and that was what drove me to create the Soul Glad that we all know and love today.
Okay.
The dream-chasing era was truly a wondrous time. Oh, I miss those days, and the watchmaker. Scorched Sand Hall is my homage to that time of boundless possibilities.
I see.
I wholeheartedly hope you make it to the finish and emerge as the next superstars of Penacony.
We will.
Now then, is there anything you'd like to say before the competition officially begins?
Nah, we'd win. They literally let me hit it with the nah, I'd win.
That's the trailblazing spirit. How about you, Miss March?
Hello, everyone. Next up, get ready for the Mega March 7th adventure, where I'm going to break the speedrun world record.
Ooh, okay, Marge. We're going for the fastest time, too? I'm down.
Trailblazing into the uncharted and challenging the limits. That's Miss.
I do like speedrunning. It's been a
How
while.
about Miss Firefly?
I hope that by the end of this journey, everyone will have achieved the outcome that they hoped for.
That's very wholesome.
A wonderful wish. Miss Himiko, what are you expecting from your team?
Safety first, everyone.
Boring. That's not how you get a world record, Himiko. That's not how you get first place.
Each connected to that era. The first two stages offer two distinct paths to choose from, with unique challenges on each route.
Bet.
And in the last stage, you will face off against a champion who has defended the title to this very day.
Ooh.
A beloved contender whose noble virtues are unrivaled.
Bet.
Those are the rules. Simple. Everyone clear? Now, I hereby announce that the 33rd Scorched Sand Festival of the 20th season, sponsored by Soul Glad Enterprises, has started.
Let's go.
Everyone, as the Charmony Festival is drawing closer, we must reach the end as quickly as possible. Factoring in efficiency and safety, splitting up into two groups is the best choice.
Me and Firefly. Me and Firefly.
I haven't known Miss Firefly for too long and aren't overly familiar.
Yeah, baby! Hell yeah! I didn't know that you were a wingman like that, Himiko. Bless.
Fine by me. Let's do it.
I will remember that choice. Thank you.
I don't have a problem with that.
We'll split into the assigned groups then.
Let's go. Let's cook. Wait, bird. I should probably... Oh. What's up? What are they talking about here? I don't know what you're talking... I got a world record to get, bro. Sorry. Wait. Okay, hold on. World record can wait. Simple treasure. Boom. It's okay. All right, let's move. Let's move.
Welcome
Pinball
to the
machine?
first stage in the School of Acting Challenge, you have to complete 3 performances from 3 scripts.
Ooh, that's fun.
Judges. In the School of Action Challenge, you have to defeat 3 groups of enemies convincingly. Now, make your choice.
Well, action is safe because I would win comfortably, but acting is fun. Like, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm pretty confident in my acting skills. Oh, pinball time. Acting challenge. Let's go.
Stage of dreams for those who dare to dream. Welcome to the School of...
Competitors, allow me to introduce the rules of this challenge to you.
This guy sounds like a theater kid.
There are 3 stages up ahead. On each, you will find an outline of a script. These 3 scripts were written by the legendary filmmaker, The Watchmaker.
Oh, he wrote them.
Various stories from Penacony's era of pioneering. Your task is to bring those moments to life, find the right words, and act convincingly to make the judges feel the script's intended emotion. Also, a bit of trivia. The record score for this stage is held by a participant with fiery red hair. His exceptional performance brought even the strictest judge to tears. It's like he wasn't really
Who, like Luca? Let's go.
Just take a look at this pair. Such star quality. Since you come as a pair, I'll prep a 2-person scene for you.
I get to act with Firefly. This is sick.
You two, are you ready?
Of course. Ready.
Envision that you both, driven by the spirit of exploration, are arriving at the land of dreams that is Penacony for the first time. But
Okay.
instead of lush lands, you find yourselves amidst swirling sands and desolation, far from the paradise the Watchmaker described.
Oh.
You're driving an old clunker through the wilderness of the dreamscape. braving the cold wind, choking on the dust, and suddenly, a fierce memory zone meme blocks your path. Now, Miss Greyhair, what line would you deliver to express your disappointment in Penacony?
These options stink, bro. My choices are like, great, I love living on the wild side. Or a brutish creature. Quick, let's run it over. Or, what in tarnation is this hellhole? The watchmaker is a big fat liar. Nah, let's go with I love living on the wild side. Let's run it.
No, that's not right.
Okay, fine. We'll pick the accurate one.
Very good. Now, though you're disappointed,
Not Firefly like disappointedly correcting me.
now, young lady, you will say,
This is great. I love living on the wild side.
Way to steal my line. It's okay, Firefly. If as long as it's you.
very good, very intense. And then we cut to the story's next scene. You find a job mending the rails, but the days are long and your endurance can't keep up, and you finally collapse in the endless expanse of the desert. Suddenly, sweet rain falls from the sky.
Oh, bless
wetting your lips
the rain.
and rousing your spirits. Now, Miss Greyhair, what line?
Oh, Penacony, my Penacony, you truly abound with opportunities. That doesn't sound grammatically correct.
But at this moment, your partner yet gazes into the sky, both her eyes closed. The raindrops fall, blurring her vision, and she tragically says,
Perhaps we were never meant to succeed. Right?
Fantastic! Both of you have an incredibly solid foundation in dialogue delivery.
I think Firefly is playing the wrong role.
Please continue this story on the second stage. Up next, you'll be challenged with a body language test.
No! Body language! I'm too autistic for this. You can't do this to me. No. I'll manage. It's okay. I've studied this greatly. I might not be a natural, but I'm a trained professional. Let me cook.
Here, you two are required to skillfully utilize body language to portray the story context I've laid out for you.
Okay.
Picking up from where we left off, a heavy downpour saves you both stranded in the desert. This rain quenches the anger in your heart. You look to your companion, now completely devoid of fighting spirit, wanting to comfort her. At this moment, what should you do to make her laugh?
Roll about in the sand, pat her head, tell a dad joke, or stand up and prepare to move out. I'm conflicted. Okay, tell a dad joke. That's not even body language. Unless I'm like... Maybe if I do it in sign language, it would count. See, roll about in the sand is funny. But pat her head is more comforting. I'll roll in the sand.
Right answer. Your companion sees you rolling about in the sand and thinks about the arduous obstacles along this journey. She can't help but let loose a laugh, rekindling hope in her heart.
Yes, of course.
So this girl...
Nothing more inspiring than seeing your significant other roll around in the sand while it's raining.
I'm gonna get back on my feet and keep moving forward.
A tug at the heartstrings. The story continues to develop. The heavy rain leads you both to sense a business opportunity. So you start venturing into the umbrella industry.
Ooh, nice pivot. Big money.
Begins to pick up. Competitors start flooding the market with low-priced goods, squeezing your market share.
How dare they? Wow.
You have no choice. The goods you stockpiled at high prices have to be sold at a loss. This is a pretty self-destructive move, which drives your business to the brink of bankruptcy. At this moment, what would you, who refuses to admit defeat, decide to do?
I become an umbrella. Stand up and smack the table. You slam the table and rise up. They think you'll back down. Impossible. Dream chasers can be knocked down, but never knocked out.
Fantastic. But it's a pity your friend does not agree. Seeing that you're up to your eyeballs in debt, she sees nothing but despair in her future. And then...
I leave Penacony in utter disappointment. Is that okay?
No, don't leave me.
Of course. Absolutely.
No. You can't leave me. Dude, you're a shit wingman. You can't let her leave me.
However, the true test is...
Man, this guy sucks.
You're about to encounter the harshest judge this show has ever seen.
Okay.
You'll need to rely on perfect performances if you want to win them over.
Well, Firefly is already perfect, so I just have to not choke. It's on me. There you go. Break a couple balloons for good measure. Why can I turn it? Oh, bird. Here you go. The show is about to begin. Tweet. Oh, they're running the televisions. Thank you, Actor Bird. All right, let's do it.
Welcome to the final stage. Actually, all the scenarios that you previously encountered were all from the film
Once Upon a Time in Dreams.
Two companions arrive on Penacony with nothing but a dream. Their desire for achievement is met with continuous setbacks. Ultimately, one continues on, despite spiraling into debt, while the other concedes defeat and leaves. Many years later, their paths cross once more in the thriving Penacony. Yet, they refuse to acknowledge each other because...
I became a big shot, but she ended up destitute. I fell into poverty while she's leading a normal life. Or I'm leading a normal life, but she ended up destitute. It could be one or two. I think I'm gonna say that I became a big shot.
Against the backdrop of a revitalized Penacony, the joy of reunion mixes with the sorrow of past separation, the awkwardness of being strangers, and the shyness of a long-awaited encounter, all converging at this very moment. Give it a shot. Try and convey this bittersweet scene to me. Bring it to life with precise and emotive acting.
This is...
Clockwork? Well, we're just cheating. Okay, we cheat these.
I never imagined that such a sad scene could be portrayed by you two in such a joyful and heartwarming way. Two people sharing a long cherished friendship, as if time and status meant nothing to them.
Of course.
Huh? But we have any brilliant. Your portrayal outdoes the original.
Don't cut her off, Firefly.
We have passed the test. We ought to hurry up.
Yep.
Stellaron is at stake.
We're good. We're good, Firefly. Don't question it. Just walk forward. It was your suggestion. All right, challenge number 2.
Look at the time. You finished much faster than that red-haired contestant did.
It's because we did any percent. We didn't 100% it.
Red hair can.
You'll find out eventually, but only if you have
All right.
the option to choose
Gunfire.
Brother Hanu's trial or time. Now.
Okay, so we can choose between Hanu and Clocky. I think Clocky is the better choice. In fact, you know, I have the power of the clockwork, so how could Clocky ever not be my choice? Let's go. Locked in. I don't want to lose to March and Himeko. Let's go. Time trial. Let's go. Oh, I did lots of time trials. I did that in Mario Kart all the time. I'm chilling.
To the wonderful world created. It's said that the watchmaker dreamed up the idea of Clocky when he was just a boy. Like a skilled pilot, he steered them towards the right path. As a contestant, may you...
The trial of time.
We got this. Let's go. Ooh. I got my treasure. Bye. No. We're gonna fix you right up, buddy.
Did it just speak?
Don't worry, you get used to the speaking statues after a while. Bird. Hello, bird. There we go. Oh, big chest.
No danger detected.
Cool,
But never let
thanks.
your guard down.
Am I? I'm just an expendable...
I'd like to play Dreamscape Ticker.
You guys are just like the other challengers.
Okay, let's see.
See? I'm just empty inside.
Is this a level editor?
It's time for me to make an appearance.
Okay, Clocky.
Clocky?
In Dreamville, Clocky is everywhere and can do anything. Like right now, I could solve this problem with your big ticker pal, Tick-Tock. I can't believe it's actually Clocky. Why would you come and visit a failure of a clock like me for no reason? You see, we're all clocks. We're family. I want to help you be happy. Tell your pal Clocky what's troubling you.
Aww.
I came across a startling revelation yesterday. Apparently, Dreamscape Ticker isn't the same as Clocky at all. It's just a discarded prototype from Clocky's early development. Please, just leave me be, Clocky. I just don't know how to face you because I'm just a failure. Oh dear. Seeing it like this is utterly heart-wrenching. But fear not. We're here to help it rediscover the missing parts of its inner self and guide it out of despair.
Yeah.
I guess even troop members can experience existential crises.
Of course.
Don't worry, miss. I've already pinpointed its missing parts. Over here, my
Perfect.
friends. Better use that hamster ball night speed.
Ooh, treasure. Oh.
Inspection.
This
Alright.
must be one of the missing parts that Big Ticker needs. We're here.
Ah, okay, I gotta do these kind of like perspective puzzles again.
There's also a dream sign left here by a Dreamweaver. We're running out of time. We'll have to use it if necessary.
Okay. How am I gonna get down there? What am I missing? Do I have to beat this guy? Maybe the like little void that was here was because I haven't beaten this guy.
Until everything burns to ashes!
So I'll beat him up.
Let the show begin.
It's really nice. I'm like really strong now for this point in the game, so I'm chilling. Oh, I forgot these guys are very obnoxious. They can't compete with me though. I'm too strong. Boosh. All right. Here. I can cross. Perfect. Chest. Thank you. Bring this over here. Yup. Okay. Leave the Dream's Eye. Oh, one of these, like, T-Rex guys. That's fine, I got you. We don't want fried chicken here, even though I do love that.
All units on alert.
Let me beat him up. Here we go.
Take your positions. Dreams do come true.
Ouch. Ouch.
This is more than upset to the sea.
Oh, the little guys lived. Oh no, they didn't live. I lied. They died. Perfect. Okay. Oop.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
And now, this should be easy.
Hope you're prepared.
Firefly Titan fight to land!
Kaboom.
That's all you got?
Ow.
Stay in step.
Sam in position.
This ends here.
Step up, let's see ya.
In the name
Might
of
as well
Len,
put my shield just in case.
Never falters.
Heal Firefly.
Support received. Nice like a good brew.
Ult him.
Indulge yourself!
Boosh. Get Firefly ult.
Until everything burns to ashes!
Then we blow him up.
Take your positions.
Hope you're prepared.
Then we blow him up with Firefly. Oh, he lived. I mean, he won't live this, but there you go.
Every
Goodbye.
victory is hard won.
Yoink. Save the bird.
An inner
Ah.
self fragment belonging to the Sweet Dreams troupe? This is just too surreal. Detected, but never let your guard down.
Oh, we need the owl thingy again. Okay. Oh. Boink. Okay, now what do I do? Oh, but I'm sealed off from here. What? But if that's the case, then how do I... Oh, wait. Okay. What about this one? What's here? Hmm. So I don't know if I can get over there. If I have this rotated this way, does that do anything for me? Like, what if I leave this now? No. Or even is that? This is a bit disorienting. Can I like... Can I do anything? Oh, okay, what about if I look now? Ah, okay, there we go. I got it. There we go.
Nothing suspicious.
Now I rotate this. Proceed. Pretty sure I've got it solved. Can I say I'm just too goated at puzzle games? I'll even take a detour to beat these guys up. Ow. Rude. Burns to ashes. Kaboom.
Let's improvise.
Set the seas ablaze!
Let the show begin.
No, why are you... Stop using your ult, you bozo. We could have saved that. He literally is dying. Oh, I guess there's a second phase to the fight. Well, I don't want it to waste all my ult. I'll play it myself. Fine.
Rhythm get messed up. Dreams do come true.
In the mood for another beating?
This is more than a battle. Set the seas ablaze!
Bonk.
That's all you got.
Bonk. Bonk. There we go. That was great. It actually regenerated like a ton of useful stuff in combat. Assuming that I don't just use the auto battler and have it spend all of it on nothing. Alright, here we go.
We've gathered all the missing parts. Let's hurry back. We don't want to keep
wait.
the ticker waiting.
Nah, he can wait for a second. There's a puzzle here. What? Must be a middle piece or something. No? Okay, let me actually try and think logically about the pieces instead of just randomly trying to drop everything in the middle of nowhere. That was an accident, but I'll take it. Okay, I don't know where that one goes. I don't technically know where this one goes either. There's a lot of pieces on this. Okay, I have some useful stuff down here. That is gonna give me some free loot. That's what I'm talking about. I love free stuff.
Impressive. Impeccable precision.
Thank you. I have to say my puzzle skills are quite advanced.
Danger detected, but never let your guard down.
I haven't tried building a puzzle in a long time. That's because the world isn't ready for me to get back into that. I would be too powerful. Let's bring this back. Let's fix this guy. This is a pretty long detour, though. I'm not sure that we're beating Himeko in March. March is the one that proposed trying to get the world record speedrun on this. And I can't lie, if I was really just invested in that, then the battle option would have been much faster on the first one, I think.
Whoa! It's working! Tick-tock!
Alright, let's go and do the clocky puzzle. I've done lots of these. There's one. Can I not link this bridge here? Or like this? Is this not the solution? Is it because he can't walk across these coils? But he also can't walk across here. See, I have trust issues because this thing can be like so finicky sometimes. I don't think it's being finicky here. I could have swore that he could walk across the coils, but I guess my memory is just wrong. Maybe. No, then he can't walk here. How? Okay, now I'm lost. Now I officially feel stupid. Thank you, Clocky. I'm aware that the module's stuck. I figured that out myself. Believe it or not. Oh. I solved it by accident.
Oh, dear. What's going on in here?
Yo, I haven't seen this happen before. Oh, he mad.
Have to face your fears.
I'll have to use the clockwork. There we go. Okay, we just need to find our way back across. Oh, like this? Not quite. Ah, like this. Yeah, simple. I knew that. Of course.
Thank you, Clocky. If not for you, I'd never be able to connect with people like this. You helped me find myself again. No problem at all. As the guardian of Dreamville, it's what I'm here for. Tick-tock! Oh, my friends, you go forth, my...
It's all done.
Let's go.
Victory's in sight. Let's head to the final stage.
Let's cook. 2 down. 1 to go.
Congratulations to both of you. Oh, you've overcome all obstacles and proven yourselves. But, unfortunately, there is only one who can be Pentaconi's
No!
star. In the final stage, you will face the defending champion. If you fail, you will lose the opportunity to become
Ooh.
the festive super.
Oh, I thought they were saying I had to fight Firefly.
To the 33rd squad.
Let's go. I don't care who it is. I'll beat him. You know what you can't spell Twi without? W. You know what Twi doesn't have in its spelling? An L. It's because I never lose. Put me in, coach. What's the difference between the 2 arenas? I don't know. I'll take the second one. Let's go. Ooh, bubbles.
Please stay tuned.
I'm ready to tango. Let's go.
No way. I think I just saw someone. Someone.
Please. Oh my God! It's you. Argenti.
By the glorious light of beauty, I never thought I would see you again.
Hello.
Such turbulent times. Your kind faces are as spring's gentle breeze, bringing solace to my scorched heart.
Are you a knight of beauty?
He sure is. Can't believe it was
You've
you.
already heard of my humble title elsewhere? I am deeply honored. Upon hearing of the impending festivities, I commanded the one and only to bring me to Penacony with full haste. Alas, in a cosmos unguarded by the beauty, disorder prevails. Thus my passage was delayed by tending to the sick and injured.
Very noble.
Fortunately, the mini-rabbit mech pilot, stray cat duelist, galactic ninja, and quad-drive Intellitron, along with 32 other souls in distress, all emerged from their predicaments safe and sound. I then led them all here to revel in the harmony with the countless other splendid beings.
Nice.
I do not deserve such praise. Unfortunately, that dashing IPC ambassador, whose radiance matches that of a beautiful peacock, remains in a woeful state. Ugh, how I wish he too could partake in this splendid occasion.
Who, Aventurine?
Okay,
Probably.
let's get back to business. Since fate has brought us together, it stands to reason that you both seek the accolade of the audition's victor, correct?
Yep.
Though upon arrival I was once mistaken for a towering silver-armored fugitive with fiery red flames due to my lack of eloquence. It matters not, for all these trials stem from the land of the dream's beauty.
Excuse me.
What matters is that I now stand before you. Our paths have crossed. I, Argenti of the Knights of Beauty, am humbly requesting a battle with you both, in the name of the Code of Chivalry.
I shall battle you.
Victorious.
Let's go.
Kindly grant me passage to the crown of victory.
Bless you, thank you.
Your beauty is the most peerless beauty of them all.
Mistaken! Firefly is the most peerless beauty of them all. You shall pay for your sins that you have spoken. Let's go.
I'm so everything.
Burns to ashes.
This is more than a battle.
Boom.
Nice like a good, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
I got ults for days. Come at me.
Take your positions.
Rise to the mood for another. Rise to the challenge.
Break this guy.
Put forth all your might.
Attack detected.
Bro enhanced a frozen statue who's also shield broken. Get out of here. Oh my, look at that damage, dude. He got shredded. Oh my god. Bonk.
Your predictions, friends, are indeed ours.
Thank you.
The laurels of victory belong to a Trilla.
Firefly Type 4 in position. Set to the sea.
Rise to the challenge.
Ooh, okay, they're buffing.
Put forth all your might.
Stay in step.
Step up, let's see ya.
Ooh. It's a lot of stuff they're throwing at me for a second there. It's fine though. This will break all their shields. Boom.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
Or like the barriers, I guess. We got our backup dancer online. I actually, unfortunately, I can't get myself into my ult.
Sam, awaiting orders.
So I guess I'll probably just like regular move into one of these side guys. Does very little to charge my ult though, so I probably should have just gone for the skill anyway. Okay, solid damage. Let's try and break some of these barriers. on. Just shy, man. That's so lame. Ouch. Can I like skip forward and turn order with my ult? I wonder. I can. Lol. Nice try, bozo. Boom. Give him a damage boost. The man has 2% HP. I'm not afraid.
You're fighting a gentleman.
My attack is a multi-hit. Okay, it actually didn't work the way I thought it would, but it doesn't matter. Boo. Oh, he only had 2 phases. I thought he would have 3. That was kind of easy.
It is through you that I realized to uphold the honor of a driller, I must further hone my skills. What a beautiful lesson indeed.
As beautiful as yourself, good sir.
Go forth, my dear friend. Beautiful miss. The audition's crown is yours to claim.
Thank
I
you.
shall remain here, gazing from afar as you bask in the limelight, joining the audience in offering you the most heartfelt cheers and applause.
We don't have much time.
What a gentleman.
May fate allow us to meet again, Knight of Beauty.
It was a nice crossing paths with you again, Argenti.
Penacony's really thronging with talent. I hope we make it in time.
He's so optimistic. He's so wholesome. He lost and said, what could be more beautiful than realizing I have room to grow? I will support you with my whole heart. What a G. What a great guy. All right. Boom. Oh, do we get shot out of the Soul Glad bottle now? Is that what happens? Or I guess not. They called me the Galactic Baseballer! Hell yeah! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. I don't know how to bow with my model, but I got this, I got this. Thank you, thank you. That's the best I got for you, bro.
Congratulations to the both of you on becoming the festive superstars of this year's Charmony Festival.
Oh, March and Himiko.
Before entering
Hello.
the Grand Theater, I, on behalf of the organizers, extend my sincere congratulations to you, wishing you joy under their radiance.
Thank you, Sunday. All I get are sincere congratulations? Where are my stellar shades?
Your endeavors are worthy of extra recognition, and I've taken steps to ensure that. However, this reward is not a material one, but rather the opportunity for an open and honest communication between us.
Understandable, I'll take that.
As previously promised, my sister, Mr. Yang, and I have met with the Dream Master. We delved into the truth about Penacony and its Stellaron, and have come to a consensus.
Okay.
Both I and the Oak family cannot acquiesce to your request.
Which is?
Just as expected.
Chat, I don't know what acquiesce means. The reluctant acceptance of something without protest. Okay, so they can't accept it. I figured that's what they meant.
We acknowledge the perspective of you, Nameless. Penacony does require change, but not as you propose. The planet of festivities cannot and will not revert to a place characterized by chaos, disorder, or anarchy. Through your journey of overcoming obstacles, you must have glimpsed the essence of that era. The vulnerable ruthlessly eliminated, equality non-existent, common folk living precarious lives, eking out a dreary existence. Ultimately, Only heroes like yourselves manage to achieve success. But I would dare ask, if you did not possess the special status of having a Stellaron, and you were but an anonymous and frail member among the masses, which Penacony would you prefer?
Well, that's pretty deep. You could argue that. You definitely could argue that. But I have a counterpoint to your statement, sir. If I didn't have the Stellaron, I'm gonna assume that I never had the Stellaron in this scenario. But I mean, even if I did have the Stellaron before and I lost it or something, I have nothing to move towards in this Penacony. It's just stagnant. There's nothing to do. You peak, and then you just sit there forever. Like, that sucks. I would rather be in the unstable one. At least, like, there's something, like, I can find meaning in that. There's no meaning in stagnance. There's nothing exciting about that. That's not the will of the Trailblaze.
A dystopia for the survival of the fittest, or a sweet dream paradise for all?
Nothing wrong with being the fittest.
That's not the point. Don't let him mislead you.
Mr. Sunday, even if the members of the Oak family can't fully agree on what to do about the Stellaron, now's not exactly the time to be holding an extensive discourse about Penacony's past and future, is it? The Stellaron issue concerns the life and death of everyone on Penacony. If anyone has a better suggestion, the crew is more than willing to listen. Also, it'd be best to tell us the ins and outs of that meeting.
Yeah, what happened with Welt, bro? Where's Mr. Yang?
This way, we'll at least know what Welt and Ms. Robin are dealing with, and the reason why they failed to make our appointment.
I didn't even think about that. Well, I kind of just did, but I didn't clock that Robin's not here either.
Navigator. That is precisely my intention.
Why do I feel like he
All
did some
present,
twisted shit?
Let's begin by discussing the details of that meeting. Let's talk about our tribulations and choices, our ideals and beliefs, and our final course of action. The only path to take.
We're gonna have to fight. A while ago.
You mean to say that for the longest time, there have been scoundrels who would use the Charmity Festival that I have bequeathed to the masses as a tool to realize their ambition?
Of course.
Indeed, Dream Master. Once the Charmony Festival begins, the Stellaron's powers, along with the song, will be broadcast across the entire planet of Penacony. And then everyone in their dreams will be unable to awaken.
Oh.
This is indeed surprising to me. The dreamscape is maintained by the collective effort of the 5 families. If someone were to use the Charmony Festival to recklessly disseminate the power of the Stellaron, this individual must hold a position of great authority.
Why do they speak like that? I guess maybe instead of it being the voice of the Stellaron, it might be the voice of, like, the Harmony, like those people in the one flashback that were speaking through, like, a billion voices at once.
Do you have any suspects?
Actually, yeah, that's probably what it is. This person's just like a puppet for them or whatever.
I'd like to ask, did you really not know of the Stellaron's existence?
I would have never thought that this nameless would point the spear at me. Quite astonishing indeed.
If I have offended, the Astral Express extends its sincere apologies. But the current circumstances are dire and leave no room for meticulous inquiry. We're doing this out of concern for the Dreamscape's safety. So, if you could, please alleviate our concerns.
Dream Master, it's just to prove that the Charmony Festival has nothing to do with the Stellaron. If we're being overly cautious, I will return to the stage to offer tribute in song, just per the arrangement.
Oh.
Sunday, Robin, I've watched you two grow up and know your dispositions like the back of my hand. Both of you, right now, can surely be lauded as their most devout advocates. I already know your resolve.
You know, it's interesting. Welt? No, he's nihilistic. I forgot. Sorry. I keep always thinking of it as harmony damage and not imaginary damage.
The magnitude of this matter is enormous and cannot be taken lightly. Since Mr. Yang has asked with such earnestness, I will personally respond in kind. If there is a need, the entire Oak family will be mobilized to heed your call.
Wow.
Someday, might I ask you to beseech them to cast their light unto me, and question me in their stead, so that no lies may be concealed?
Ooh.
I will do as you command.
Robin, could I entrust you to be present as a witness, to document the truth, and to proclaim my innocence, so that all slander may be utterly dispelled?
I will do as you command.
May thy will be carried out on earth, just as it is in the heavens.
All right.
Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows.
Let us begin. There is nothing else to prepare.
Understood?
Okay.
Question. Have you devoted your life to your god, never worshipping other gods?
Naturally.
Do you love your god as you do yourself, always heeding their admonishments?
Naturally.
Have you strayed from the path expected by your god, betraying their name?
Never.
Have you ever been inordinate with your asks of your god, coveting more than the foundation of the creation itself?
Never.
Then, a final question. Do you swear to fulfill all vows, past, present, and future?
With the Eon as my witness, if I do not deliver on my words, or if I renege on my vows, may I be cursed in accordance with divine law.
Okay.
They have seen your faith, and have endorsed your faith. With this, it can be evidenced...
Just a moment.
What is it, Mr. Yang?
I have another question I hope to have answered. To my understanding, the family's harmony and prosperity have never relied on so-called divine laws.
Ooh! Get him, Will!
The god you both mentioned, are they truly Shipe?
Oh.
Mr. Yang should know that those belonging to the family toil together as if they were kin, embracing solidarity and unity under their light. All duplicity is laid bare before the harmony. Such a delicate and complex symphony. Which other god could perfectly harmonize this, if not for the Great One? Shipe.
Perfectly harmonized. Therein lies the problem. It isn't an outsider lurking in the shadows who changed the harmony, but a dissonance that has surreptitiously emerged from within this very symphony itself. In the distant past, there existed an Eon. With one flick of the wrist, they crafted the laws of the cosmos. Their followers formed the Beyond the Sky Choir, spreading solemn and reverent hymns throughout the universe.
Oh my god.
Later, they fell. The route traversed by this Eon clashed with the harmony, ultimately being absorbed and fused into it. The chorus that once reverberated across worlds fell silent, and when it echoed anew, it was transformed into the hymn of harmony. Though an Eon may perish, paths with no masters still linger. In the all-forgiving harmony, echoes of bygone dissonance may subtly arise.
Mr. Yang, being overly astute can be a detriment. Especially when you find yourself alone and without allies.
My man is fearless. He's calling the shots straight.
So this is how it is.
For the sake of our grand cause, Sunday, please afford these two an opportunity to rest.
They're scheming.
What?
An opportunity to rest.
Sorry, Robin. It's just you. I did not wish for you to know this. It's a pity that things have turned out this way.
You're a fraud! He's a fraud! This guy doesn't follow Jipei. He's trying to pass by as the Harmony when he's promoting a different thing. Oh, snap.
So, this is the true reason I can't sing? The shadow that envelops Penacony is actually...
We were never children of the Harmony. Our ideal paradise could not have been crafted by Jipei. True bliss can only be guaranteed by the one who transcends the many. Within the foundation of law, humanity establishes civilization, and through harmony, we obtain order.
You absolute slime, bro. Wow.
Unbelievable. To think that there would be remnants of the Order on Penacony.
Wow. I never saw that coming. It makes sense, though. It makes sense. I have a correction I'd like to make, though. Robin follows the Harmony. I don't care if she wasn't a child of the Harmony. She does not act on the beliefs of Order. She acts on the Harmony. 1000%. You cannot convince me otherwise.
What have you done with Mr. Yang and Miss Robin?
Don't worry. I just gave them some time alone to ponder their fates.
Oh, that's reassuring. Thanks, bro.
You should know that these actions make you an enemy of the Astral Express.
Should we need to stand against the Nameless, it would only be myself and the Oak family involved. But we haven't reached that point yet, have we?
Have we not?
Your efforts for the justice of Penacony are evident to everyone, and have been widely observed.
Stop beating around the bush and get to the point.
Patience is a virtue. However, I won't hold it against you. On the contrary, I'm here to make my intentions clear.
If it is the Order that drove you to imprison Welt and Robin, and you're using them to coerce our compliance, then there'll be no point in entertaining any type of discussion.
You're mistaken, Miss Himiko. They are in very safe hands, and just as the family has always proclaimed, no one can be harmed in the dreamscape, least of all in the beautiful new world belonging to the Order. Penacony and the entire universe have witnessed far too much innocent bloodshed. The strong wield their blades against the weak, and the victors push the vanquished to the brink of life. Natural selection. The world abides by this principle, establishing the well-being of humanity atop the corpses of the downtrodden. Only we, or rather, I, possess the power to put an end to this farce.
Do you not realize the irony in saying that you're gonna fix the problem of people ruling through power by ruling everyone with your power. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Something about that seems a little bit hypocritical to me. You know what I mean?
So you've decided to resurrect a dead Eon? No one's ever done such a thing.
Oh, that's his Stellaron. That's where the Stellaron comes into this.
If Miss Himiko is interested, let's draw back the veil and speak candidly. I've always firmly believed that people can understand one another through peaceful means.
I agree, but they can't always agree.
I'm willing to divulge the unembellished truth as to the intentions of the Order's Pathstriders, so that you will make better judgment for the Astral Express, for Penacony, and for this stretch of the universe. Words can hardly do justice to the beauty of that ideal. So, come with me, everyone. Let us retrace our steps and see once again where this road leads.
Huh? Where'd he go?
Welcome. This isn't any location in Penacony's dreamscape. It's my inner world. The reason the scenery before you remains unchanged is because your consciousness has drawn on similar concepts to fill in the gaps.
Okay.
Did you do the same to Welt?
It's a tuning process. Stronger in effect and more draining on the mind. The gray-haired guest has experienced it before, so she should understand what it entails.
Yes, yes.
Tuning allows you to intuitively grasp my feelings, which also means that I cannot hide anything from you. Now, everyone, please look at the huge screen. The road we once took begins here. From this point on, you will witness the numerous decisions I've faced. I've selected a portion of these to share with you.
Okay, cherry-picking evidence, clean.
I believe after going through similar predicaments, you'll be able to better understand my thoughts.
Of course.
Let's begin. The first decision. A story about a baby bird.
Right.
This story happened when Robin and I were very young. We were victims of the Stellaron disaster. And the family's Mr. Gopher Wood, who would later become the Dream Master of Penacony.
Right.
Saw that we siblings had no one to turn to and took us in. Later on, Robin and I lived a time with nary a care in the world. One day, after dinner, while my younger sister and I were lounging about in Mr. Gopher Wood's yard, we spotted a fledgling Charmony dove all on its own. That baby bird was tiny. It didn't even have all of its feathers, and it couldn't sing. When we found it, it was already on its last breath, having fallen into a shrub, probably abandoned by its parents. We decided to build a nest for it right there and then. However, thinking back, that winter was unusually cold, with fierce winds at night in the yard, not to mention the many poisonous bugs and wild beasts in the vicinity. It was clear that if we left the fledgling in the yard, it stood no chance of surviving until spring. So, I suggested we take it inside, place it on the shelf by the window, and asked the adults to fashion a cage for it. We decided that when it regained its strength enough to spread its wings, we would release it back into the wild. The tragic part, something that we'd never considered, was that this bird's fate had already been determined long before this moment. Its destiny was determined by our momentary whim. Now, I pass the power of choice to you all. Faced with this situation, what choice would you make? Stick to the original plan, and build a nest with soft net where the Charmony dove fell. Or build a cage for it, and feed it, giving it the utmost care from within the warmth of a home. I eagerly await your answer.
Oh, this is a difficult question. This is a very difficult question. Because these are extreme circumstances. This is like the Stellaron disaster. The Stellaron disaster complicates this. Because it's like an extremely unfair scenario. The winter is gonna be like inexplicably cold. And you have a baby bird abandoned by its parents. Supposedly, you don't know that. Well, here's another thing about this. He said probably abandoned by its parents. Because there's no way to know that. What if it wasn't? What if he just snatched this bird from his family and stuck him in a room? Like, that's another possibility that we're just totally glazing over. I don't think either of these choices are objectively wrong. I think I still lean towards building a bird nest and not the cage. But let me ask the other characters. I'm curious what they think.
I can't decipher his intentions right now, but based solely on that question, I would probably choose to build that dove a cage. Even if I was gonna release it back into the sky, it'd have to be strong enough to fly first. If I left it where I found it, I fear it'd never get the chance to fly ever again.
That's true. I agree with that.
It looks like he really has no intention of imprisoning us. Back to the question. I would personally choose to build the little Charmony dove a cage. No special reason. I do think that a fledgling should have the right to fly into the sky. But if it can't even live to that point, then there's nothing to talk about to begin with.
That's true. That's valid.
That guy just casually throws this kind of question at us? What exactly is his deal? But fine, I'll answer, I guess. If it were me, I guess I'd choose to build a cage for the little Charmony dove. After all, leaving it there, it's bound to get hurt by wild animals or something. And that'd just be too sad.
I guess in this case, I do feel like I'm being swayed a little bit by the fact of the majority, but I also do feel like deep down I kind of recognize this is such an unfair question. But I think in this case, but like, if you just play it out, no, it's like almost certain death for the bird. Okay, I think it's fair in this case to choose, but I only choose to keep it. But do I even choose that? Like, knowing that if you domesticate the bird and then put it back in the wild, that it's not going to be adapted. Is that struggle better or worse than to simply just leave them to fend for themselves in the wild? I mean, it's a baby bird. It's conflicting, but I think I'll go for this just because the circumstances are so unwinnable for this baby bird. But it's really conflicting. Sure.
I'm happy to see that you made a choice similar to ours. We passionately nursed it back to health, preparing only the best food for it every day. We even preened its feathers. Later, on the day that Robin left Penacony, we opened the cage door and let it fly back into the sky. I watched it for a long while by the window, probably about 3 or so days. In those 3 long days, the little Charmony dove tried again and again to spread its wings to fly into the sky, but fell to the ground, only to keep trying.
This is almost the best case outcome. It's learning to fly.
Finally, on the 137th attempt, it succeeded. But its attempt did not go perfectly. After flying unsteadily for a while, it fell to the ground. Unable to grasp the direction of the air currents, the fall shattered its wings. It writhed helplessly in my embrace. But it was all for naught.
It was not all for naught.
Finally succumbing to a painful demise. And in that instant, our tender care, our given love and hopes, they all became the inevitable push that sent it to its death.
He tried 137 times to fly and he did it. You asshole. You absolute prick. He did it. He flew. It might not have ended perfectly. But after all of that time in a cage, he still went out there. He wanted to fly. And he made it into the air. That is not a death that you can be mad about. Who are you to decide that that was all for naught? That's messed up. Dude, what was the alternative? You just let him sit in a cage the whole time and let him just, like, age to death? What was the whole point of taking him in? The whole point was that he wasn't gonna be able to live in the wild. So you kept him and took care of him until he was, like, hypothetically strong enough to try and live in the wild. And then he went and he tried to live in the wild. How can you even be mad about that? This guy makes me angry. I can't see eye to eye, but okay. Story of a dream chaser. All right. I have a feeling there's going to be a trend here.
When I was appointed as Bronze Melodia, a position exclusive to the Oak family, charged with listening to the problems and vexations of Dreamscape residents, and providing them with the relevant guidance.
Okay.
It was during that period that I had the opportunity to hear voices from all corners of the Dreamscape. Joy, sorrow, arrogance, regret. The complex tapestry of human nature that formed the world. And I was fortunate to catch a glimpse of it. He was a dream chaser. And
it's
an
this
illegal
scene.
stowaway. Just like the rest of them, he came to Penacony in search of a better life. Except that, to most people, the price he paid, I suppose you could say it was everything.
Yes, the guy that wasted half a pizza. I know. No. the guy who sold his 2 kids as slaves. I know.
He told me, I sold everything I could at home. The house, the land, even his 2 children. He said he could not afford to raise them, and that at least they could eat if they lived as slaves. He had a plan in place. He would buy back his children once he had made his fortune, and enjoy Penacony's beautiful dream with them. Alas, his plan to smuggle himself was somewhat clumsy, and he was sniffed out by those pig-headed hounds. After hearing the Dream Chaser's story, I immediately appealed to the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. That way, at least he could live peacefully. But I was still too naive to the ways of the world. I did not anticipate that what I thought was a kind gesture would later lead to dire consequences. I'll tell you the outcome soon. For now, I'd like you all to make a choice. Will you do as I did and try to convince the Bloodhound family to stop their pursuit, so that the Dream Chaser may live peacefully and realize his wishes? Or will you remain silent, leaving him to languish while the hounds are hot on his heels, until his inevitable judgment arrives? I look forward to everyone's decisions.
See, the problem that I have in this, and what makes all of these moral dilemmas tricky, is not so much the initial decision. In a lot of ways, I end up agreeing. Like, let me be clear here. Absolutely, the humane choice is to get the Bloodhounds to seize their pursuit here, because the damage is already done. There's no benefit in doing anything to him. You know, like, throwing him in jail or killing him is not gonna unsell his children. It's not gonna solve the fact that they're now living as slaves back at whatever home that he's in, and that this man's family is ruined. He made a very stupid choice. But given the fact that you have the authority to give him a chance to try and make things work, to make things right, that is only reasonable. It's the same way that you take in the bird to give it a chance in the end, right? It's the same way. But the problem is that I'm 99% sure, based on the way he's phrased everything, we're going to go in, this man's going to fail, either he's going to go into poverty or something, I don't know, and he's going to say, my effort was all for naught, and that is the part that I philosophically disagree with. I think that just because things don't go the way that you initially planned, just because things aren't an absolute success, does not mean that it was a life wasted. It would not have been better to throw that man in jail and let him just rot there in jail the whole time. That would not have been better. In the same way that keeping the bird in the cage for their whole life would not be better. But this is the thing about him following the order, is like his idealistic world is literally like just throwing people in jail, but it's like a really fancy jail with like nice cafeteria food for you and like, I don't know, a lounge or something. And it's like, wow, that's a really fancy prison you got there. It's still a prison. Like, I think that to defy odds is to live. And so that is where I fundamentally disagree with him, that it's so black and white. But yes, I agree with you.
To witness you arriving at the same decision. First, the outcome. He attained major success. After avoiding capture, he ran a business for a few years, very quickly making a name for himself.
Nice.
Elevating his status. He might not have become a tycoon like old Audie, but he was considered a character of excellent repute.
Nice.
Now then, did he realize the wish he set out to achieve? No. The last time I saw him was in the real world, where the hounds were going to permanently exile him, and I was the accompanying bronze melodia. The mission was simple. Listen to the criminal's repentance. He told me the reason he was in this predicament was because he conspired to usurp the head of the Alfalfa family. When I asked him about his 2 children, he instead responded with a question. What children?
Well, that's messed up, but that has nothing to do with the choice that you made.
In the end, my heart aligned with the harmony, and the good deed I dared to undertake held no value, turning instead into a wrongdoing. It created a lamentable oppressor and countless oppressed individuals.
Yeah, I mean, from a real world standpoint, these are the kind of things that we put people in jail for, to set an example. But the thing is, it was tragedy regardless. But there was hope for it to not be tragedy in one. And that was the path that you chose.
As to your choice, I once again offer my heartfelt apologies. Next comes the third and final decision, and the story this time is my own. This story happened the day I was appointed the Oak family head. At that time, Mr. Gopherwood was the current Dream Master, and as per his wish, we had a private conversation. What surprised me was that the Dream Master had only come to deliver a letter to me. He let me read its contents, and it was a letter from my sister. The letter contained the usual pleasantries, anecdotes from her travels, nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I started wondering how this letter related to our discussion, the Dream Master began to speak.
Do you know who wrote this letter?
My sister, of course. But why would you personally visit me to hand me a letter from my sister containing mere trivialities?
To help you grasp the full scope of this issue. Do you know where Robin is at this moment?
From what the letter indicates, she must be in Caspelina 8, correct? She's touring there right now.
Correct. Has she mentioned anything about a stray bullet?
A stray bullet? What?
A war has broken out on that planet. It is because of this very reason that Robin chose this destination. To spread the word of the Harmony. And to save the lives of that planet. She personally made for the front lines. She hoped to ease the people's suffering with song, and was willing to brave mortal danger to deliver the IPC's medical supplies. Unfortunately, stray bullets show no such compassion.
Is she all right?
If the operation was successful, she should probably be recovering in the field hospital. By the eon above, the bullet struck her neck directly, yet possibly as a reward for her consistent deeds of harmony. It didn't hit any vital.
Is this why she lost her voice?
Once you've attended to your outstanding tasks, it'd be advisable to write her back as soon as possible.
Those damned savages! I'll pack my bags right away. My gratitude for bringing this to my attention, Mr. Gopherwood.
Now you understand why she always wears such elaborate neck ornaments, don't you?
She's got a scar?
How could this happen? Miss Robin.
It's all in the past, so please don't worry. I share this in the meager hope that you will understand the Harmony's limitations and predicament. As grandiose as the strong defending the weak sounds, many times, it is nothing more than wishful thinking. Likewise, I've prepared one last question, one last choice. But rest assured, this choice will not have any grave consequences, because this is merely a figment of imagination, a nightmare that has haunted me through countless nights. If you ever had the opportunity to make a choice like I did, would you still support Robin's journey on the path of harmony?
100%. Absolutely. Without a singular, like, not even a singular moment of indecisiveness. Yes. Who are you to decide? It is hard. It is painful to watch people you care about go through stuff like this. I know exactly what this... I don't know exactly what this is like. I've experienced some similar circumstances. I'm going to share a story that I believe I've shared before. It is deeply, deeply personal to me. One of my best friends, I would literally say I had like 2 friends in real life growing up for the most part. One of these 2 friends, they went through a lot of mental issues. A lot of really, really bad mental issues. They were deeply, deeply depressed, deeply hurt. And they leaned on me really, really hard. I was so much of a safety net to this person that, like, I was in contact directly with his, like, immediate family because they trusted me to talk to him more than they were able to communicate themselves. And I was just a kid still. I was too young to be struggling through this kind of stuff, but I had to go through with this stuff. And like I would just like watch him like not be able to like do anything, kind of just sort of giving up on himself. He like legitimately, he like stuck himself into this like little box, and his anxiety was so bad that he could never do anything. Like he would be in therapy and he couldn't like speak to the therapist because he just couldn't speak. He was so like overridden with anxiety. And I noticed that like spending all of this time with him in this box was pulling me down to his level. I was starting to feel the worst I've ever felt in my life. And the thing is, no matter how hard I tried for like multiple years, I could not get him to come around to anything. I could not get him to try in his life to make things better. And eventually, I realized that I was putting him in this box by being there, by being his support, by enabling him to just kind of stay in this little cage that he had like locked himself in, metaphorically. He was not going to change anything. And so I realized that while this person, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, was suicidal, and I was their closest support net out of any person that they knew, I cut ties. I let go. Because they were never going to get better with me there. And I knew. There was nothing that I could do. I stayed for a long time. I tried, if you want to take the other metaphors from the story, I tried to, you know, nurture that bird until they could fly again. But, you know, he wasn't willing to do anything. And so I cut ties, and he got better. Not fully. I don't keep in touch, but I still have friends that are in touch with him, and you know, he's not perfect. He's been back in down swings at times, but you know, he was out there. He was back in school. He was in a relationship. He was trying things. He was, you know, traveling. He was living. He was living again. And that makes me so happy. Because I can't help but think that if I just sort of enabled him to be comfortable in that box, he would have never experienced anything. And that is why I don't waver at all when somebody who has the resolve to try and do something, you need to support them with your whole heart. Never, 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 never be the person to have somebody share their desire with you and you sit there and be like, well, what if it's risky? What if it's dangerous? What if it's not going to work out? There is no greater risk in life than not even living your life. That is the worst fate that you can possibly experience. And I speak on both sides of the coin. Because like I shared, I also was in really dark times after this story. The story doesn't just end at this friend made it better. I was really, really depressed after dealing with this situation, on top of my own experiences, because I had no sense of identity. Like, I was in school and I did well, but I hated school. I had never worked a job. I had no careers that seemed prosperous to me. The only things that even remotely appealed to me, I'd have to go to university first, and I couldn't even envision a world where I could grit my way through university because I hated high school so much. And I dropped out twice. I've had a lot of dark times in my life, bro. I've been I've been on the side of the coin where you literally feel like there's nothing for you in life and there's nothing worth living for. I've been coasting, you know, I've spent a lot of time coasting in a concept that I would call that I've heard called passive suicidality, which is to where you're not actively trying to end your life, but you also are not living for anything. You have no investment in your own life. And I don't live that way anymore. And I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful to have found some sense of meaning, even if there's a lot of uncertainty in life. Any path forward is better than a safe box that feels awful to sit in my opinion. There is nothing worse than not only living a life that you're not satisfied with, but to have the impression that you should be happy. Imagine how horrible it feels to be a bird that once flew, but you've been told that it's better for you to just sit in this cage for the rest of your life. Because that is the scenario of Robin. The scenario is not a bird that will never live to try and fly and we need to nurture them up. Robin has been out there. She was living her life, touring planets, singing. She was so motivated that she went to participate in a war. And despite everything that has gone wrong, she wants to tread forward. After all of that adversity, that is still her resolve. Imagine how earth-shatteringly depressing it would be to take somebody like that and lock them away from pursuing anything forever. That is so abhorrently wrong. You could never, ever do that to somebody. That takes such a level of ignorance and arrogance and just displays such a lack of understanding to that person's lived experiences. It is so incredibly wrong, and this is why Sunday gets on my bad side so much, is because he doesn't always make bad decisions, but his assessment on the outcomes of those decisions being so results oriented is honestly tragic, because his value assessment is just flawed from the beginning. He places the value on outcomes in situations where they don't matter and just asserts that, you know, like, oh, well, if something bad is going to happen anyway, you know, it's better to not let anything happen at all, which is not true. I think that if anything, bad experiences shape who we are. And if it's so bad that you can never rebound, then frankly, you're not still around to worry about it. You're gone. Like, you could say that there's no outcome worse than death, but if your option was to live a horrible life for 100 or have a 50-50 to have an excellent life or to just die and not deal with it, it's not as black and white as you think it is, really. Like, I would choose a 50-50 at a good life or for whatever life I have to be over, instead of choosing a guaranteed life to live 100 mediocre years. That's how I feel about it. Thank you guys, by the way. I'm glad that my story is at least able to resonate a little bit as well. He is an extremely well done antagonist. I agree. He's incredibly well written. Only gives you two unfair options with the same twisted conclusion because of how his own experiences were manipulated. That's kind of true as well, actually. That, like, the way that Gopherwood frames things is also unfair. It's like he was brought up in a way that, like, his fundamental understanding of these situations is just wrong. And the thing is, he's never actually the one who is experiencing these things head on. The part that makes this so difficult for Sunday, I think, that makes him undertake such this, like, villainous perspective, is the fact that he's always a bystander. He never has the courage, the personal resolve to get in there and do something himself. Every time He's just watching from the sidelines. Maybe he has like a small amount of assistance that he provides to these people. And then they don't pull it off in the end. The outcome doesn't go as you would hope. But he's never taken the control into his own hands for his own life. He's only trying to like micromanage these other people's situations. And I think it's precisely because he's never had to try and do something like this for himself and have somebody else step in his way. Because there's nothing more frustrating than having the motivation and the resolve to want to do something with your life and having your circumstances keep you away from that thing. That is maybe the most painful thing that happens in life, honestly, is just being ripped away from what it is that you want to do. But I feel like he's never had a chance to experience that, and that's part of how he's been able to get his experiences like shaped into this mindset. He's very human. He's an extremely human character. It's painful because I can deeply understand exactly how he is the way that he is and why he wouldn't be ready to change from that mindset. But it's also like just wrong. It's incredibly inhumane to the people that he's taking this stance against. It's treating them as like, you know, it's taking away their right to be a person. You're just reducing them to an issue, to like a problem that you've solved an outcome for. Like you've got your solution, and that's just their life now. They don't get to live on their own accordance. It's just on whatever you've decided. So I disagree with him. Before I go ahead, that's my piece. I've managed to share my piece, I think. Before I go ahead, I am curious to ask the other characters. I didn't get to ask everybody on the questions, but I want to hear what everybody has to say. I think March will support her journey. Himeko, I would hope, would support her journey, but I'm not sure. And Firefly, I think, will support her journey. Let's see.
I can't believe that happened to Miss Robin. The strong defending the weak is a great mantra, but if I had to pay such a price, I don't know what I'd do.
And yet you still trailblaze, March. And yet you still trailblaze. I guess they're just not gonna decide.
I often feel like I've dreamt of similar scenes on certain nights. In the dream, I see blurry faces. I don't know who they are, but I sympathize with all of them. Fighting for survival against some unfathomable force. Their confusion and fear are lucid to me. But I also remember they chose never to give up.
Just like Robin. Mm-hmm.
If Mr. Sunday's question leaves you puzzled, you should find the answer from your own experiences.
I know my answer.
Trailblaze. Dangers and tribulations will surely follow. But would you ever back away? Would you stop March and Don Hung from reaching their next destination?
No, exactly.
I believe you have an answer of your own in your heart.
That's why I told you guys I would follow the trailblaze. I meant it. I really meant it.
Miss Robin's courage is admirable. And here I was thinking she was just another superstar celebrity.
Celebrities aren't always this way, you know. I think that they can be easy to undermine, especially if they're born into success. And even then, there's still all sorts of challenges that you shouldn't undermine that they go through. Because being born into success is easy, relatively, but you just have different challenges in your life at that point. It's like you're not fighting to make ends meet. You have the opportunity to do like almost anything. But also, everybody's going to put a bunch of superficial external expectations on you. And you have to be able to find your own meaning in all of that. It's easy to almost be seen as like an experiment by the outside world and like your parents and their rich families and all of these people, to a point where it's hard to find your own identity in that, I feel like. Whereas if you become a celebrity from an average family, I mean, just the road up to that point is monumentally difficult. So no matter what, there's always struggle. Comparing struggle is a fool's game.
But the fact that she's also Mr. Sunday's younger sister? No, I doubt he'd wish harm on his own flesh and blood, no matter how grand the ambition.
I mean, it's tricky. Like, it would be horrible to see your family going through something like that. Like, this is, like, kind of his only family, too. He's an orphan. He is literally an orphan, and this is his sister. His one true family member. And even so, I mean, I truly believe in a saying, you know, if you love something, let it go sometimes. Sometimes. That's not part of the saying, but in this case it is, okay? Sometimes you do gotta let it go. I support Robin, of course. Yes, 100%.
I see. I am now aware of everyone's stances. Raising these questions merely serves to illustrate one point. The plight of Penacony cannot be salvaged by the harmony. The true foundation for a sweet dream paradise can only be established through the order, where the strong govern the weak.
You say that? Like, the thing that's the most frustrating about this right here is that you say that having the order where the strong govern the weak is somehow different from natural selection where the weak fight against the strong. Like, it's kind of true and it's kind of not. Like, you substitute actually dying with just not being able to really live. And whether you define that as better or worse is debatable. But, like, it's still the same power struggle. The people that are gonna have the most fulfillment either are gonna become really powerful through, like, your means, and even then, I still feel like that's not normally it. Usually, it's the people that manage to defy that and, like, achieve something of their own personal conviction. That's my stance, anyway. No matter what you answer for Robin, Sunday understood because she matters so much to him that Gopherwood can't shake his support for her. That is true. That makes sense, yeah. I don't think there's... Even from his perspective, it's just an impossible question to answer. That's probably why it's just a nightmare for him. Because it's not fair. Almost bring him back to the path of harmony, where his relationship with Robin is more important than the easy quote-unquote solution the Order gives to his fears. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Calling it a quote-unquote solution is a great way to put it. I agree with that very strongly.
I know the suffering of being tormented. The turmoil of losing your way. How sorrow, and even despair, set in when matters don't work out. All of this causes me unending pain. Because this is not what happiness is at all.
And yet, your proposed solution's also not happiness, but sorrow and despair are... I actually, fundamentally, kind of disagree with this. Sorrow and despair, in a lot of ways, lead to the realest happiness that's out there. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't think you can be truly happy if you haven't suffered. If you've never suffered, it's very hard to experience real, intense happiness. Or I guess you can be happy, I guess. But being fulfilled, being grateful, like the full, broader spectrum of positive emotion is very hard to experience without the context of a wider spectrum of negative emotion first. You have to... Like, happiness in a lot of ways, true happiness is, like, out of the context that you've, like, earned a different outcome from what you've experienced in the past, I feel like. The kind of happiness he's giving is, like, narrow, like, cheap happiness. It's the kind of happiness that you can buy with, like, drugs and drinking and just addiction, really. I mean, this whole place is basically a prison of escapism. It is quite literally exactly like addiction. In some ways, this story could almost mirror like a real future that we might experience. In some ways, with like the internet, I think that in some ways there's even some potential like real ties to this stuff. It's interesting.
We must teach the weak how to live a happy life. And this life isn't some noble propriety that the upper crust preaches, but in definitive terms, a way of survival that belongs to everyone.
It is hilarious that despite every one of these questions being like him trying to nurture something to a better outcome and them failing and him being like, well, then my effort was for naught, he still says we must teach the weak how to live a happy life. Like, how many times is it going to take you to learn the lesson that, like, it's not something you can teach. That person has to learn through experience. You can't program somebody to be happy. To be honest, that person probably has to fall down. They have to crash for it to really be special when they get back up and they do fly. Like, survival above happiness is an argument, but I think it's a depressing. You have to be so neurotic and hopeless in your life to think that it's better to guarantee survival and maybe one day be happy than to guarantee happiness and maybe survive. Like, it depends. It's nuanced. Like, things come in weights, you know. If you might be sad for a few years, of course, if it's only like a few years that your circumstances might last, then absolutely you should focus on just surviving it because something better will come to you. But if you're looking at a lifetime of sadness and discontent in exchange for being able to live, well, I don't think that's a worthwhile trade. What's the point? You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it anyway.
So what is your definition of living a happy life?
There we go. Firefly is smart. That's my goat right there. Call him out. Inherent weakness that can't be overcome, and especially that he doesn't even consider that he can just be there for them when they fall. Exactly. Exactly. Inherent weakness that can't be overcome rarely exists, and the thing is that even where it does, there's almost always, it's like in facets. Like, you can maybe never achieve certain things, but everybody has their strengths. Everybody has things that they can achieve. You just need to recenter your focus sometimes.
Good question. Human consciousness is fundamentally an illusion, a cage known as self-worth. People lured in by this illusion make mistakes, yet still ask that external influences bear the burden.
How do you define that? I agree that a cage known as self-worth is true, but self-worth is a fulfilling cage. It's a cage that presents meaning to a life that doesn't have any inherent meaning.
When one mistake after the next permeates the masses, they become impossible to trace. Thus, the amassing of these individual cages culminate to form a prison, a place dictated only by the rule of survival of the fittest. Nature is always accompanied by predation and sacrifice. Its antithesis is known as order.
Yeah.
That is what I want to do. Unite people's happiness under the banner of order. They won't need to make bitter choices any longer, nor face the weaknesses of humanity. They can cast aside their primal instincts to build a haven for mankind.
I think some order is not inherently a bad thing, because some people will be out of line and like ruin happiness for many, many, many people out of their own selfishness. And that's a bad thing. But at the same time, that's not harmony. Like, it's not harmonious to just let them destroy everyone else either. That's not what the harmony is standing for. That would be like destruction or something. When you look at the people's happiness doesn't exist when you go against nature and never have to deal with anything difficult. There's no weakness ever. That is where the happiness lies. That is our nature. This guy, what kind of dystopian life has this man been leading for his entire life?
Simply describing thoughts is far too abstract. So allow me to provide a simple example. As you all may know, there are societal norms like weekends and long weekends that exist on some worlds.
Long weekends are sick because they're contextualized by the fact that they're better than regular weekends. And the weekend is still cool because it's contextualized by the fact that we work normally.
During these hard-earned rest days, people are given the chance to extricate themselves from the stresses of everyday life, allowing a certain tranquility to return to their souls.
Yeah.
And it is only on these days that people do not have to adhere to the law where the strong prey on the weak. They can live out their lives happily during these brief intermissions. It's just a pity that 2 or 3 days are still too fleeting compared to the span of a lifetime.
Okay. Let's rephrase it. Or let's reframe it then. Let's say that work no longer exists and you never have to worry about it ever again. But also, you have everything. So money's not a concept. You can't earn your way up to like earn more of something. You can't. There's nowhere higher to go. You've reached the top and you have everything. And everyone has everything. On paper, that's really sick. You can experience everything. But at the same time, how quick does that get old? I think that a happy medium exists between these two ideas, these two extremes. Having a scenario where the strong catch the weak before they fall too hard. In this case, let's take it in a societal stance. What if we had a baseline income for everybody? What if you would have your necessities and a little bit extra met constantly? So work is optional, but it exists. There are still things that you can do to go out and do stuff. Maybe if you wanted to be a creative of sorts, or if you wanted to, you know, at this point, a lot of things would probably be automated. Maybe you want to be one of the people that runs those, like, machines and stuff like that. Maybe instead of having a robot self-checkout bakery down the street, you want to preserve the culture of having a human who makes your bread. I don't know. That's meaning. That is a form of something that you can take with that time that you have in this interlude between the work that you normally have to do and create meaning in your life. If you take those things away, like, that sucks. Like, in that you have a lifetime to do whatever you want, but it's characterized by the fact that, like, let's think about what Penacony really is. There is shopping malls, there's, like, theaters, there's restaurants, there's bars, and, like, alcohol to drink, and they have dream bubbles as, like, a form of entertainment. If you wanted to make it more like human, I guess, you could have like video games and like TV and maybe YouTube or whatever, right? But like where is the opportunity to make anything yourself in these things? Like, it is so far in between. There's no real happiness. There's no real fulfilling hobbies. Like, if you look at the people on the streets in this paradise, they're all just drunk. They're all just drunk on Soulglad. Like, that's just all they're doing, is they're just going around drinking and like eating at restaurants and stuff. That doesn't sound like happiness to me. Could be fun for like a brief period of time, but like I would want to leave. I would rather go back to my actual life. Even if I have like a job that I'm not even that content with. I would rather that than just walking around drinking every day. Sunday's version of order is rigid and focused on control, whereas your order is adaptive and focused on its purpose of aiding the harmony, which is why the order was absorbed by the harmony. Oh, that's smart. That's a really, really good parallel to draw. That's so true. That's genuinely so true. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it boils down to, right? Is that he's gotten burned a little bit too much, and now he's like lost. Like you said earlier, he's lost. He literally is just lost in the sauce.
From where I stand, society's ideal system should be 7 rest days. Following Sunday, there should ensue a second, a third, and indeed an infinite procession of Sundays.
Is that why your name is Sunday?
The new world, idyllic, eternal, peaceful days. And thus, every person can return to their base selves in this utopia. Some gaze in reverence at the stars, pouring their whole beings into calculating the distance between us and the isolated world of Pagana. Meanwhile, some seek refuge in quiet corners, holding one another, unencumbered by the chains of unwelcome obligations. There would be no need to bear the hardships of reality. Only in this way can humanity face the inevitable end with the purest of spirit. Living a life of dignity. This is what it is to live in bliss.
See, the problem that I have is that he says living a life of dignity. This is what it is to live in bliss. But like, if you look it up, like dignity is like being honorable, being respected, having like pride and like self-respect. That is your like dignity. It's the respect that you've built, that you've earned. And there's no dignity to earn in this like dystopia. There's nothing you can do. There's no adversity. There's no dignity to be had. There's nothing to like move towards. There's nothing to earn. There's nothing to win. You're all at the same baseline, and that you're just permanently stuck there. You're just a spectator to your own life, because there's no, your decisions don't really matter. It's like a truly predetermined life. It's incredibly like dystopian to think about that.
Miss Firefly, you who are stricken with entropy loss syndrome, you of all would surely understand this.
No! You would be very wrong about that, sir. You are so ignorant to call out on her like that. If anything, her appreciation for this place stems from the fact that she has experienced that adversity in real life. If she didn't experience that before, this place would suck.
It sounds like a flawless theory.
No, it does not. Use your brain.
But what is the price to attain all this?
Yes.
The cost is minute, merely a personal and eternal sacrifice. If this paradise is to be maintained for everyone, someone must remain trapped in solitary wakening until the end of the cosmos.
Wakening. Which means that this so-called paradise is still a dream. Stepping into this paradise means forsaking reality, correct?
It is not forsaking, but transcending. Flesh, blood, sorrow, weakness. If the physical is the root of spiritual suffering, it is only logical that we defeat it.
But in this supposed bliss, people won't have defeated their demons. The chance to overcome their tribulations would be forever lost to them.
Yes.
In other words, it is an escape.
Exactly. I knew Firefly would be able to back me up on this.
That's another way of understanding it. But there is no shame in escape. On the contrary, the seeds of escape exist in everyone's hearts.
I would say that that absolutely goes against human nature. There's a reason that we try to solve these problems is from an evolutionary standpoint. Escape wasn't always an option. And it's still not always an option. You defeat or you lose. You defeat it or you are defeated by it sometimes. And there is nothing more just like primally satisfying than overcoming circumstances like that. That's why we self-impose things. That's why we have challenges for ourselves. Because overcoming is one of the greatest feelings.
Don't you agree, Miss Firefly? And as for why life slumbers, it is because we are afraid to awaken from our dreams. But this is not in conflict with the grand plan. Only in acknowledging this can we truly understand the frailty of human nature, and from there, show compassion and protection.
I admit that you are a born leader. Your perspective on humanity brims with pessimism.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you express compassion for all. Even when your heart pities them. But unlike you, I live for the self. From my perspective, individuals making choices for themselves is their birthright.
Yes.
The want to escape may be innate in the weak. But whether they are weak or not, it is not up to another to decide.
Firefly is so based, dude.
Perhaps in your mind, you also view me as weak? Because I don't think so.
Since Miss Firefly has said her piece, the Astral Express will also naturally give you our answer.
I know that you guys back me up.
We'll leave it to you. Just as Mr. McHale instructed before. Tell him our choice.
What is this place?
Does this place ring any bells, Misha?
I don't know. But I feel a sense of déjà vu. What is this place?
It's the realm within a dream bubble. This was left to the Astral Express by a nameless, but weirdly, when we entered it, it was completely empty. Dr. Edward from the Dreamscape sales store told me that dreams are formed from memories, and a dream bubble can't take shape if its core is empty. So I thought you might be able to help us in unraveling this mystery, Misha. As a hotel doorman, you know Penacony best among us.
I don't know much about dream bubbles, but if you want to figure out what this mansion is, I'll do my best.
I'm counting on you then.
Himeko, I still don't get it. Why were you so sure that Misha had a connection with this dream bubble?
I wasn't sure. It was just a hunch. But since Misha feels familiar with this place, my hunch might be correct.
Okay. It's a bit nostalgic.
Exactly. This is where you and Firefly encountered death, which we now know as dormancy. Considering its connection to Dreamflux Reef, it's not surprising it appeared here. The question now is, who brought you here? Based on the clues we have so far, it's unlikely to be that masked fool. So identifying them is crucial to us. We're drawing closer to the truth once more. Let's give Misha some time, as I believe he'll unveil the secret of this dream bubble.
All right, but there are doors all over the place. Which one should we choose? Do you have any idea, Misha?
I guess... maybe this way?
What's poppin' this way?
I'm not entirely sure, but... let's give it a try.
Let's see.
Weird. This place is quite different from the hotel. But I feel like I've been here before, and even lived here for a while.
Lived here for a while?
If I remember correctly, there should be a fireplace down that hallway. Clocky and I used to sit by the fire, listening to the crackling of firewood.
Aww.
And the room on the other side was the toy room. I loved spreading out all the toys from the box on the floor and making up stories for each of them. Hold on. This doesn't make sense. Didn't I grow up in Dreamflux Reef? So, what is this place?
This could be a case of amnesia. But don't worry, Misha. It's common for everyone to forget certain aspects of the past. Those memories haven't vanished. They're just lying in the depths of your mind. We can surely get them back, since this place seems familiar to you.
Yeah, then...
Okay.
I heard some noises from the room. Origami Bird? That's a friend of mine.
Oh.
You and Origami Bird are friends?
Yeah.
He's like actually made of origami this
Just
time.
like Clocky and Miss Mirror. And there's more than just one origami bird. They are a big family with lots of brothers and sisters who look the same. They follow Miss Mirror's orders and handle all sorts of jobs on the ship. They're the best sailors.
Sailors? Can origami birds be sailors?
Of course they
Could you
can.
tell us more about the compass, Misha?
The compass is a ship bound for the new world. Clocky and his partners travel through layers of fog to the depths of the sea. Whenever there is danger, Clocky will use a compass and guide the ship in the right direction.
That's a great story. But in the Penacony cartoon, Clocky and his partners have always lived in Dreamville and never ventured out, right?
Huh? Oh, that does seem to be the case. Weird. I clearly remember Clocky arrived in the new world in the end.
This is the new world.
Perhaps Clocky has a hidden past.
So, where has Clocky gone? Did he leave to protect Dreamville?
It's almost like Mikhail raised Misha in some way.
That's the name. Now we all know him as the Watchmaker. So, who is he talking to? Do you know anything about it, Misha?
I'm sorry. I don't know much about the Watchmaker. But Mikhail...
Anything special about that name?
Mikhail is Grandpa's name.
Yup.
Grandpa? Do you mean you're the Watchmaker's grandson?
But we haven't heard anything about the Watchmaker having descendants. And the name Mikhail is not rare. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Could you tell us more about your grandpa, Mikhail?
Yeah, sure. He was a seafarer who fearlessly ventured into mysterious seas and storms. He was always on the sea and had lots of friends who accompanied him on his travels.
That sounds like a trailblazer from the past before they had like warp jumps and all of that craziness.
He didn't want me to call him Grandpa because that would make him sound old. He believed he was still young. The name Mikhail was given to him by his parents, Mihaly and Elise, both renowned seafarers. Every time he came back, he'd share his logbook with me and tell me about his adventures at sea. I want to become a great adventurer, just like him.
It appears that the seafarer has nothing to do with the watchmaker.
Really?
So, perhaps it's just a coincidence? So, where is your grandpa now?
He went off on a new journey. And it's been quite a while since I last saw him. I think I hear the sound of water.
What kind of journey did he go
You once
on?
mentioned there's a magnificent fountain up ahead. Look, there it is.
The
I remember this
water
place.
resembles a precious jewel embedded in the dreams of all seafarers. Every time I gaze at the shimmering lights beneath the waves, it feels as though I'm back in this place, standing by your side.
Have you recalled anything, Misha?
Yeah, I saw these sentences in Grandpa's logbook. He used to say that despite the perils of the sea, whenever he stood on the deck in the afternoon, overlooking the sparkling waves, he would think of this fountain in front of his house. He often said that those moments felt like returning to his family's side, and the difficulties at sea didn't seem quite as challenging.
You know, I quite understand such sentiments.
Don't sigh or you'll start getting gray hair.
Hey, don't tease. I was just being a bit sentimental.
I'm sorry, they only gave me 2 dialogue options. They were both teasing.
Perhaps every adventurer far from home carries a fountain within their soul. Even though the other side of the sea remains shrouded in the unknown, the fountain in front of his house serves as a compass, leading him back to his cherished ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. While Grandpa was at home, we would stand by the fountain and place the compass, a toy boat that I made, into the pool.
Aww.
I would ask him when I could go on adventures like him, and he would always laugh and say I was still too young.
It seems this Mikhail is truly a seafarer and has nothing to do with the watchmaker.
You're too convinced, March. Slow down.
Yeah. Based on Misha's recollections, the scenes in the dream bubble appear to be his childhood memories.
But this raises more questions. According to Misha, he was clearly born on an oceanic planet and led an ordinary life, with no connection to Penacony at all. Could this be some sort of metaphor? Perhaps the sea refers to the memory zone.
I'm sorry. I don't know, but my memories keep pouring out uncontrollably, like water flowing from a fountain. Perhaps I'll remember more things if we go further.
Okay.
I wish to share your burden.
We're going to the opposite side, right?
No, we should turn.
Huh? Something feels different.
Up ahead is.
Oh, these have all been Misha. They're actually voicing out these sentences now.
In that room.
Oh.
Saw him the last time.
The atmosphere in this room feels totally different.
Misha! You finally come!
Clocky! You're here! Yeah. This is the room where we first met each other.
Are those books on the bookshelf logbooks left behind by that seafarer?
Yeah. Whenever he came back, he placed a logbook on the bookshelf in his room. They contain records of his expeditions to every corner of the world. He described our world as a fountain. At some point, the sea started to gradually swallow up the land where people lived to ensure that everyone had land to settle on. He had to continue exploring the sea and search for the source of the rising seawater. On that day, he called me to his study, telling me that he was embarking on another journey. However, I could sense the gravity in his expression. It was the same look I had seen on my father's face before his final voyage.
That's so sad. His father went like that too?
I asked him if I could go with him, but he said that my adventure lay elsewhere and told me to stay home and patiently await a certain sound at the door.
What sound?
He told me about a vast ocean in the sky. An ocean of stars.
It was him.
He spoke of a train that transports children with a desire to venture far away, traversing the sea of stars without ever stopping.
Welcome to the Astral Express, Misha. That knock on your door has finally arrived.
He said that he knew the crew on the train, and that he had asked them to take me along. He said the journey I had always dreamed of.
Oh, it's so wholesome!
Could it be?
It's the Astral Express. I remember now. Grandpa's friends are a group of nameless who came to this world to resolve a disaster caused by a star. Then, he gave his pocket watch to me. It was his cherished treasure, appearing in every one of his adventure tales. He explained that difficult times were ahead, but assured me that the watch would guide me. He said, as long as I kept moving forward, I'd eventually reach my desired destination. And then, it was as if I heard the distant sound of a train whistle, echoing throughout the room.
Exactly, Misha! And then we followed that whistle, didn't we?
Yeah. I think I can still find the way we took back then.
This is the dream jigsaw.
Do you remember?
I know how to do this.
The shape.
Looks like we're just one step from...
Alright. Boop. No. Boop. No. Yup. 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 Whoa. It's an interesting painting. Oh, it's like Mario 64 through the painting.
This is it.
Okay.
This is my room of clocks.
Okay.
While I spent my time waiting for Grandpa to return from his voyage, Walter gave me this workshop, and it became my secret base.
This is the legacy of the watchmaker.
Here, I learned how to repair clockworking gears out of my fondness of precision mechanics. In my dreams, I was the captain of the compass, embarking on adventures with my companions, Clocky and Miss Mirror, in search of the new world. I was born and raised here.
That new world is gonna be the new Penacony, just you wait. Sunday's going down.
So, this building in the dream bubble is your childhood home?
Yes, but not exactly. To be more precise, this dream bubble itself is my home.
Looks like you've remembered everything now.
Wait. Why does it feel like everyone else knows something I don't?
Yeah, you're still the only one in the dark.
Marge, remember when she mentioned the clocky that only she could see?
Yeah, the little guy here, right? But we all saw him in Dreamflux Reef, right? And Mr. Yang even greeted him.
Looks like everyone on the Astral Express has a childlike spirit.
Hey.
The answer lies in the Astral Express. Her experience shows that neither Firefly nor Acheron can see this clocky.
So this means Misha is a nameless.
And when we were in Dreamflux Reef, you may have noticed that for some reason, nobody outside of the crew had ever talked with Clocky. A mimetic life that can only be seen by a select few. It's just like a hidden message left by someone for the nameless.
But Misha can see Clocky too, right? They even grew up together. But Misha hasn't started the way of the Trailblaze yet.
Yet.
That's the key to the mystery, March. Now, take a moment to recall. Have you ever seen anyone outside of the crew interact with Misha?
Wait. No way!
That's the answer, March 7th. This dream bubble is the place where I was born. And I'm a dweller in this dream. Just like a memory zone meme.
Oh?
I should have stayed here and waited for you. But when reality and memories merged, I unconsciously pushed open that door and left the bubble with Clocky.
So it's not that the Watchmaker's dream bubble is empty, but rather the stuff inside ran away?
What?
And the whistle you heard was the sound of the express arriving at Penacony?
That's one way to see it, but I believe there's a longer story behind all this. It's best for Misha himself to explain all the details.
Please do.
How about we start with your name? Now, should we call you Misha, or...
Thank you all for helping me rediscover my true self. Now, please allow me to reintroduce myself. I was born on Lushaka, in the Presmere system, adopted by seafarers Mikhail and Char. They gave me a treasure, a name that carried their hopes. Mikhail Char Legwork, or simply, Misha.
Mikhail Char Legwork. So it's you!
If you prefer, you can call me by a more familiar name. The Watchmaker.
He's alive! I thought he was dead!
So, you're the Watchmaker himself?
He was just dormant!
Unfortunately, that legendary
Oh, psych.
figure is no more. I'm only a reflection of his life.
Man, this man did cinema to the very end.
As for the child who has been with you, he's the innocent protagonist of Misha's childhood dream. A friend of Clocky, a young apprentice, and a future mechanic on the Express.
Wow.
And this also marks the beginning of his journey, devoted to the Trailblaze.
Oh man, that's
At
cute.
the end of the journey, I left this little flame, which I so cherished, in my deepest dreams, hoping to pass it on to the nameless of future generations.
That's so sweet.
However, he somehow left the dream bubble and forgot all about his task. I apologize for all the confusion this caused.
Because he was born with a desire to trailblaze, wasn't he? I don't think Misha has forgotten his role as a guide. He remembered it, and that's why he mistakenly appeared as a hotel doorman in her dream from the very beginning. The one who brought our unconscious friend here must have been Misha. If that's the case, we encountered the Watchmaker's legacy from the beginning, didn't we?
I guess we did, that's true.
Well, I have a sarcastic friend who says I always take big detours and end up back where I started. Perhaps that's what every nameless has to go through.
Yeah, makes sense.
But in the end,
You found me. I'm sure you're all wondering what my legacy is. I believe my hound has mentioned the Stellaron and my wealth. If I may apologize, the Stellaron part is real. As for my wealth, however, it's nothing more than a baseless rumor. I left my homeland as a child and embarked on the journey of Trailblaze. I traveled to various planets until finally reaching Asdana, where my friends and I built the original Penacony and fought for its future ever since. I've been moving forward all my life, doing what I could to overcome the obstacles in my path. But ultimately, my journey reached its end, and I left behind no possessions worth entrusting. So, if you ask what's left within this worn-out train engine that can be called a legacy, I suppose it's the things that are still burning in the engine's furnace. Now that you're well aware of the current situation of Penacony, I certainly hope that you'll help me get this world back on track. But I'll leave that decision to you. For the path of Trailblaze
is never paved by others.
All
Wow.
I have for you is a story and 2 gifts. I want to give you my pocket watch. It has accompanied me throughout my long journey, guiding that naive child forward, and has been blessed with the presence of so many great people up to this day. And my hat, too. The one who navigated for me placed it on my head and planted a fanciful thought in my mind. The trailblazing expedition will never end. Now, it's time for you.
Oh, is that the
to
top
make
hat
your
that I
choice.
end up wearing as a trailblazer?
Once you've made up your mind, open that door and enter the long dream of an old man. I'll be waiting for you at the end of this corridor of time.
My god, is that the end of the
All right, everyone,
cutscenes?
let's make a decision.
Do we have to?
Although I don't think anyone will have any objections.
Of course. I want to witness the legacy.
Of course. We've come this far. Surely there's no other option than moving forward.
In that case, it's unanimous. Then let's proceed together to the end of this stream and tell Mikhail our decision.
Oh! Oh, bless. Okay. Look, I'm really enjoying this, but I am starving, dude. I'm really hungry. We've been live for almost 6 hours. So, I think my solution, hear me out. We come back on Friday for another binge. What? Select complete, quick completely. No. Pause and save. Oh, okay, it's fine. I had skip buttons on everything. There's skip buttons on everything. It'll be fine. We'll come back on Friday and we will go through and pick this story back up, because that is, man, this story is so interesting. I'm really, really excited to pick back up everything with Sunday. I feel like it was getting really interesting on that front. But regardless, I had a lot of fun going through the story. Probably finish in 2 streams? I think so, most likely. Well, I should be on pace anyway. Somebody told me I had about 15 hours left, so, you know, if I just binge like 5 hours 2 more times, then we'll be there. Great place to stop, roller coaster. Oh my. Okay, well, that sounds good to me. I am looking forward to it. I'll put the waiting room up later, but I'm gonna do 3 p.m. start again. I'm gonna just stick with this for this week, see how it feels. I hope you guys weren't too bothered with the later start. My sleep has been really whack, and I feel like a lot of people have just been kind of, you know, struggling to like juggle. Like I have some friends and stuff that have been like, oh, I've wanted to catch the streams, but you know, I've been at work or at school or whatever. So I felt like I wanted to try the later start a little bit. But I'll be back 3 p.m. Friday. I'll put the waiting room up later. And we will continue this epic story. But thank you guys for hanging out with me, for watching. And make sure that you go and get some food and some water for yourself if you haven't been keeping up with that while I've been live as well. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys again on Friday. Bye-bye.